right, thank you very much, Ken. Hey, T-Mac, you know what I say about Curry? He makes it look effortless. You know what? Come on. A boy right here. No. I like that. I like that. But what I like even better, my boy say barbecue chicken. Curry chicken. Curry chicken. Especially on the subject of Curry, we might as well give him that MVP trophy now. That boy is a bad mother. Shut your mouth. I like that, Ernie. Yeah, I like that. 45. So Ernie, he's a bad mother. Shut your mouth. Yes, he is. As a matter of fact, we got all the highlights. We got a little BP with the pitcher, Tracy McGrady, on the hill tonight. The what? It's all on inside. It's all yours, Curry. Ooh. That was fun to watch right there, boy. Inside the NBA comes your way live from Studio J in Atlanta on another doubleheader night. Man, all I'm going to say is I cannot wait for the playoffs to get here. It'll be the weekend after next. We still got a few games to play and a lot of things to sort out in the regular season. But tonight, Golden State won for the 64th time. What is this guy doing? I'm feeding Stephen Curry. You're actually feeding Jerry West. Don't disrespect to Jerry West, but 2015, there's Stephen Curry right here. Golden State 116 to 105. They are 64-15. They've won 15 straight at home. Only teams to beat them in Oracle. San Antonio and Chicago did it in overtime, but nobody else able to beat the Warriors in their gym. Let's get to the highlights of this one, and there were plenty, and most of them coming from that guy. Absolutely. And he's got the shot that, as a little kid, you dream about. I mean, every time you go to bed at night, you're dreaming about, man, I hope I can shoot it as good as Steph Curry. Shoot it like him. Del Curry was a pretty good shooter. Yeah, but he wasn't like his son. No. It's scary, man. Because you know the highlights of Steph Curry. We'll see plenty. For him to handle the ball so well and be able to create a shot and just pull up from anywhere. And there he breaks his own record for threes in a season with 273. I mean, look how just perfect that shot is. It's effortless. It's effortless. Klay Thompson. Contact from Damian Lillard. Yeah, he had a good game tonight. He only had 13 points in the last two games, both losses. And tonight, Klay Thompson goes for 26. See what happened to you back when the guard stepped up and showed? Hey, man. He ain't no one-engine pony now. 57-54. 3-point Golden State lead going to the second half. A one-engine pony? Yeah. I'm still trying to exactly figure out what that is. Oh, man. One-engine pony, man. If you got that guy shooting threes like that, man, it just discombobulate your whole defense. Because those guys don't know what to do out there. You saw Lillard throw it in the reverse, and then LaMarcus Aldridge from the free throw line, deadly from there. C.J. McCollum gave him some good minutes. Yeah, he's a young, great talent coming off their bench. But they're going to need more than that. And with a follow being now, we don't know his status. That's really a big loss. Yeah, there's Draymond Green with the putback. And so we're tied up at 84 going to the fourth quarter. Who's going to take over? Oh, I think it might be Steph Curry, who finds Iguodala there. Curry would have 19 in the fourth. Chicken. Look, I know we're amazed he was shooting, but this guy's still all around play. He still makes the right play and makes great passes to his teammates involved. Curry, absolutely. Well, that's what he's known for. Curry. It is. It's a little spicy, isn't it? Oh, man. You know. But if I'm on the other team, if I'm on the Trailblazers team, I'm coming to the bench. If I'm guarding him, I'm saying, hey, man, you got to help me. You got a double team, and you can't leave me out here by myself in the corner, get shook up, drop back, shot on like that. You know what I'm going to say? So, coach, bring me up again. You got to help. Six fouls. One foul. 116-105 final. 45 for Curry. His 16th team of at least 30. His third of at least 40. And you saw the shot of Aaron Aflalo on the bench for Portland, too, with an apparent shoulder injury. And he's the guy who's had to step up with Wesley Matthews out. And now if Aflalo's out,
That hurts Portland Trailblazers.
Can we clap for Curry?
Yeah, well, great. We'll bring his graphic up here. 19 points in the fourth quarter.
Ernie, can I ask you Hall of Famer Isaiah a question?
Sure.
Great game today. A lot of incredible shots. Now, playoffs going to slow down a little bit. Can he do that for 7 games? Can maybe do it for 1 or 2, but can he play like that for 7 games, hitting up all those crazy shots?
At home, he can.
At home, he can?
Yeah.
Normally, you don't play this freely in the playoffs. You don't play with this type of relaxation that you running around and you're just popping shots from everywhere because every shot counts and every mistake you make is magnitude and the other team takes advantage of it. So will we see this type of performance, this type of relaxed Curry shooting in the playoffs? Probably not, because everything is magnified. But during the course of the regular season, what we've seen is legit. Now, will it drop off that dramatically? No. But you won't see what you saw tonight in terms of this type of freedom where you just run around and shoot and drop it. I hope we do, though, because it was fun to watch.
What keeps Golden State from winning the Western Conference?
San Antonio. I was with them the year we lost to Miami in the finals. We played them, and defensively, I think we did a great job of guarding the three-point line. They didn't shoot uncontested jumpers like that, and that's what San Antonio is good at. The bigs do a great job helping out the guards on those guys coming off those pick and rolls.
And Underdog, what'd you say? Golden State has lost 32 in a row in San Antonio. And San Antonio is certainly a team not afraid to go on the road and beat you in your gym, and they've already beaten Golden State in their gym this season.
Not only that, they're definitely battle tested. Their guys have been together a long time. They've seen some of the greatest players ever come to the Western Conference. So, we may be a little impressed with what we're seeing tonight, but Ginobili, Tony Parker, Tim Duncan, they've seen it before. Mm-hmm. And right now they're riding the backs of Kawhi Leonard. He's confident. He played him last week. He ripped him in the middle of the floor. Yeah. You ain't making me fall, baby. Ripped him in the middle of the floor. Took him back, threw it down. So the Spurs will definitely be ready if they do meet. And I kind of have to agree with T-Mac. If that matchup happens, I kind of favor the Spurs.
Meantime, Portland, because they're the division champ, they're going to be one of the top 4 seeds in the Western Conference. But it's looking more and more likely that they will have to open on the road because they lose tonight and go to 51 and 28 on the year. And we talk about Aaron Aflalo. And if he is out for a portion of the playoffs, if this is a bad shoulder injury, and again, we do not know, what does that do to Portland?
Well, it hurts them significantly because not only have they lost Matthews, now they lose Aflalo, 2 of their perimeter players that they really count on. And they have Lillard and they have Batum who can play out on the perimeter. But in order for their offense to really be successful and to click on all cylinders, they need that third perimeter scorer, that third perimeter shooter. And also what Aflalo brought was toughness and defense, similar to what Matthews brought. So this is a big loss for them if he's out.
And what was his diagnosis, Ernie? Aflalo? What happened?
Well, they're just looking at the shoulder right now. There's been nothing official.
Man up. Get some icy hot, Aflalo.
That was man up. You know what? That was just so
some sympathy.
Advantage of the injury to a player.
Walgreens, Eckerts. Right there in the house.
This guy has no sympathy.
Man up, Aflalo. The playoffs are coming. Icy hot.
I think you combined two commercials with that one. Meantime, the Kumo Tires race for 8th in the Western Conference. It has come down to New Orleans and Oklahoma City, and right now, New Orleans, they're tied, but New Orleans wins the tiebreaker by virtue of their 3-1 regular season. Now look down the stretch. New Orleans, home with the Suns, and then they go to Houston, they go to Minnesota, they finish up at home against San Antonio. Oklahoma City has got Sacramento at home, then they go to Indiana, they're home against Portland, then they go to Minnesota to close things out. A lot of it depends on that Wednesday game for New Orleans against the Spurs. If things are not settled and San Antonio has to play, then you're going to see the Spurs. But if things are already settled, maybe top sits down a number of San Antonio Spurs for that.
Yeah, the scary thing, though, is when Pop sits guys down,
They're still playing.
it's not like you're doing me a favor, Pop, when you say we're gonna sit some guys out, because now you bring those other guys in and they still beat us.
Do you see New Orleans hanging on to that spot?
Who has the tiebreaker?
New Orleans does.
I see both of those teams over the next 4 games going 2-2.
So New Orleans will make it.
Yeah, I think New Orleans gets it.
Wow. What?
Yeah, New Orleans.
What you thinking of your next commercial? Nope.
However, New Orleans, Soda Shack has just dropped it. Be sure to check it out. Punch coming soon.
Oh. All right.
Man, we'll follow.
When we come back, the story from Miami. Bulls and Heat highlights on the way. Hey, Shaq, did you enjoy subbing for Grant Hill on Inside Stuff?
Of course. Christian got lucky and beat me in that shootout, but other than that, it was cool.
Well, it's Kristen and Grant back together Saturdays at noon. Inside Stuff on NBA TV. Hey, Bulls and Heat. Game 1 of our doubleheader. Jimmy Butler couldn't play, had a bad calf. Derrick Rose would play his second straight game. And how about this, Isaiah?
Everyone's excited to see this stuff. The Bulls bench is up, Chicago standing up. Everybody's happy. Tested the leg, tested the knee. It works. It's good. 2 hands. I'm going to drop it in.
12-point night. 5 out of 15. Al Gasol working down low.
White side chicken, Arnie.
Better offense, right?
Al Gasol's been playing great. A lot of double-doubles this year. I'm not surprised.
Watch Hassan Whiteside. Take it into the paint. Jump in over Gasol.
Okay, baby Bill Russell.
Miami down 2 after 1. But then they dominate the second quarter. Goran Dragic. What a finish. That's a tough layup right there. That was T-Mac-like. D-Wade. Floating. And connecting off glass. They're up 34-26. But Michael Beasley was the story in the first half, especially in the second quarter.
Yeah, he was on fire. He came out with a lot of energy. Got the crowd ignited with that celebratory shot right there.
Celebration got 6 minutes in the second half.
The G-Mac theory, at least. Dang with the finish there. 29-6 run to end the half. They're up 51-32 at the break, and then they get outscored 33-8 by the Bulls in the third quarter. It's hard to do.
It's very difficult to do, and very difficult for a coach to understand, because you just had a 33-point second quarter, and now you come back out and you give up 33 points to a Chicago team that's not really known for their offensive outbursts.
Rose, you saw with that floater, and then Aaron Brooks can still do that. T-Mac.
What was Beasley doing on that? Slip on a banana peel?
Maybe that was the reason I didn't see any more.
Yeah.
Gasol with that following, then Mike Dunleavy open for 3. That's a 28-6 run, part of that 33-8 quarter, and then Brooks again.
Bulls look like they're ready for them Cavs. Look like they're ready for them Cavs.
Would be in the conference semis, perhaps. D-Wade with a bad pass. It's not going to be a backcourt because Brooks hustles down his way while I'm here.
That's his confidence.
I don't need no dribblers.
I'm hot right now.
Wade struggling through a 4 for 20 shooting game, finishing with 9 points.
Yeah, D-Wade looked like he was tired today. He didn't have that boost like he normally has.
Again, back iron. And the night was basically finished for Miami after they blow the 19-point halftime lead. Nikola Mirotic for 3. He's going to get some Rookie of the Year votes.
He'll get some votes, but I think he'll get some Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I think he's going to get enough, but he is going to get some for sure. And because Toye stepped up when they had no Butler and they had no Rose, he was big, and he's been big in the fourth quarter too. 89-78. Chicago with the win over Miami, so the Heat have lost 5 of their last 6 and 8 of their last 11. The coaches were wearing the mics. for a little State Farm audio assist.
Let's just find a way. Somehow we got to get some stops. Some stops and some energy. If we get, we're scoring every time. If we get some in the open court, it'll help everybody out. But we got to get stops to do it.
Defensively, we got to be tied together down there. Give the appropriate help. A guy shouldn't be able to drive the ball from here to the basket. Help. Come on, man. Come on.
Now, obviously, we've had some tough offensive possessions. Against this team, we're going to have to execute. We're all frustrated. We all got to do this together. And we got to show more collective grit. Collective grit when it's not going our way. Okay? But we will help each other if we dig down and get stops. At the end of the day, we can't give up a 40-point quarter and face their best defense every time. We got to do the tough things, get 3 stops in a row, see if we can play where it's loosened up a little bit. Come on, man. Come on. Show some toughness.
Thanks to the coaches for wearing the mics. Now the Coors Light Cold Hard Facts, and this is going to be very beneficial. This is just not a sponsored item, guys. We are going to figure out who's going to have the 8 spot, because I'm going to get you 3 to weigh in. Boston has at Cleveland and home against Cleveland, home against Toronto, and Wednesday at Milwaukee. What do they finish for those 4 games? A home and home with the Cavs, home with Toronto, at Milwaukee.
2-2. 3-1.
3-1. 1-3. So see, that doesn't help me at all. We'll go 2-2.
Oh man, 1-3.
No, because we had 3 different picks, so we'll go 2-2 there. Brooklyn is going home against the Wiz, at Milwaukee, home against the Bulls, home against the Magic.
2-2.
2-2. Maybe we're not going to solve anything here. Indiana at Detroit, home against OKC, home against the Wiz, at Memphis.
1-3. Yeah. 1-3.
2-2.
I'll go 1-3. Had 2 there.
What kind of test is this?
Miami home with the Raptors. Miami's home with the Raptors, home with the Magic, and finish at Philly.
2-1.
2-1. I agree. Okay, so as I do the math, that's 37 and 45 for the Heat. Indiana, 36 and 46. And these guys are both 2-2. 38 and 44. 38 and 44. That looks to me like Boston and Brooklyn get 7 and 8.
I agree with the math.
I like it.
We didn't even do
that again. Where's Miami at on that?
37 and 45.
And
where's Brooklyn?
9th, 10th.
44 losses.
This was a bad loss for Miami.
It was. I think it's a crusher for them.
Yeah.
I really do. When you're up 19 in your gym and a chance to close the gap and you don't get it done, man, that hurts.
Yeah, it does. It's demoralizing. It deflates you. And you heard Coach Spo say, "Hey, we're all frustrated." And how do you bounce back from that in the next 2 or 3 games?
Meantime, I didn't even include Milwaukee there, but I don't think they're going to go 0-4 down the stretch.
No.
Meantime, Atlanta just loves the way things are shaking out right now in the Eastern Conference, because you got Cleveland 2 nailed down, Chicago currently 3. So as long as Atlanta can avoid Cleveland and Chicago until the conference finals, if the Hawks get there for the first time in their Atlanta history, then that serves them well.
Yeah, and if you're Chicago right now, you're trying to you don't want to play Cleveland in the second round.
But you come back from 19 down in Miami and win the game tonight.
So going, if you end up 4 or 5, you're okay.
Yeah, but I heard Joakim Noah say it don't matter who we play. They're ready for Cleveland.
Oh, it matters.
And they're a confident bunch. For the last couple of years, they thought they can beat Cleveland. When LeBron put up the pass. So
if Chicago,
be careful what you ask for.
If we can have the Chicago team that played against Cleveland like they did before the break, then I will give them a chance. But with D Rose hobbling, Jimmy Butler, we don't know his status. I don't see it.
And the Hawks, meantime, lose Thabo Sefolosha.
Yeah.
It turns out he broke his ankle in whatever happened outside that club in New York at 4 o'clock in the morning. And he has not been an integral part of that, but when he's in and he plays defense, but I don't.
Well, it helps when he's in and he's playing defense. And the playoffs are about matchups and about understanding who you're guarding against. Cleveland comes to the table with the two best offensive players in the Eastern Conference. They got LeBron James and Kyrie Irving. Those are the two best offensive players, and they happen to be on the same team.
They also got shot makers, too.
Yeah, so they're going to be difficult to beat.
Going to be very interesting. A lot of stuff's going to happen between now and the end of the season as well. When we come back, the road back with Paul George. Welcome back to Inside the NBA. Some great doubleheaders coming up on NBA TV, including Friday night. Look at that one. That first one, Spurs and Rockets. That's big. So about the Raptors and Heat, Grizzlies and Clippers on Saturday. Sunday, you got the Hawks and Wizards, the Mavs and Lakers, and Monday, Blazers and Thunder, Grizzlies and Warriors. Indiana Pacers forward Paul George suffered a devastating leg injury during a scrimmage for Team USA last August. Since then, he's been battling his way back from injury and played in his first NBA game of the season this past Sunday. Our Rachel Nichols sat down with Paul to get the inside story on how tough the journey back has been.
That moment, when you walked back onto the court, what was that like?
It was amazing. It was almost like being a rookie and playing your first game at home. It was just so much of an emotional roller coaster. Then when I stepped on the court, I was just trying to focus on one thing, and that was just to play basketball.
And it was an amazing night all the way around. 13 points in 15 minutes. You gave so much energy on defense and all over the court.
It was perfect. Couldn't have been scripted any better. I came out and made my first shot.
Here's Paul George, his first shot, and he's going!
Yeah, that's all I wanted. I wanted the first shot to go in.
Paul George suffering a serious lower leg injury. His right foot hitting the backstop was very gruesome looking.
When I looked down, I saw the bone. My leg was just going in different directions. And that's when I lost it.
What are those worst case scenarios that flash through your mind about your future?
Well, I immediately thought about this season. I felt like I was letting guys down, not being able to play this year. Will I play this year? So ultimately thinking, will I ever play basketball again?
That's got to be really scary.
It is. The only thing that really stuck out was you never know how much you miss something until it's gone.
There is an amazing picture of Coach Mike Krzyzewski coming to visit you in the hospital, giving you that great hug.
He was very supportive. When it first happened, he was one of the first people to show up to the hospital. Throughout the year, he checked up on me, see how I was doing. So he's been there. He's been there this whole, journey with me.
You have to go through the rehab, and that's the grueling part that no one sees.
The rehab was so tough. Almost weeks before I turned the corner of doing better, I was at the point where I just wanted to quit. I felt like I was the little wimp that was getting bullied. There was no way for me to fend for myself. I'm like, man, let's let this heal. Let's come back in the summer and punch the clock in then.
What made you say, okay, I'm going to keep going?
I've never dealt with not being the best. That's the hardest part, is when you're at the highest level, you're so competitive, not being able to compete, and it puts you in a corner. But a light clicked, and I was like, man, I got to do this. Let's do it 100%. And almost it was overnight, the way I was moving, I was cutting, I was running. And then once I seen that, everything changed. I was like, man, if I'm doing it now, if I keep doing it better, I will be back. So I continued on that road, and here I am.
How serious are you about driving this team to a playoff berth?
I'm real serious, but again, I have to remember I'm here to rehab, and this is part of rehab. But not forgetting what opportunities we have right now. So it's straddling the fence, but I do think I can help this team finish out strong down the stretch.
Well, the beginning of this season, the storyline was, wow, what a horrific injury to Paul George. What's the storyline now?
Storyline is he made a huge comeback. Simple as that. Thank you, Rachel. Last 3 games, much better defensively for the Indiana Pacers. Still going to have to earn it to get in the playoffs, though. They got Detroit on the road Friday, then home against OKC, home against the Wizards, and they close it out at Memphis right now on the outside, looking in. Back here inside Studio J, and it's always nice to have guys who want to put on a little court demonstration. And this is good because I can just kind of stand aside and watch these guys go to work. What do you got on your mind tonight, Coach?
Well, we want to talk about screen and roll because we hear a lot about it, but there are 3 different ways to set a screen, and there are a lot of actions that are going on during the course of the game, and it's always described as screen and roll. But we like to just break down the intricacies of screen and roll.
The court is yours.
So, as a defender, let's say, Tracy, you the ball handler, Shaq, you'll be the screener, and I'm on defense. Now, there are 3 different ways to set a screen, and it all depends on the screener. Shaq, if you come up, I am looking at, let's say, first screen is half a body. So if he's half a body with me, Shaq is basically dictating how I'm going to react as a defender. So I got to read, if he's half a body, I have a choice of going over the top or underneath. If I go over the top, Shaq got the roll. Now, if Shaq is a selfish player and he's saying, oh, we got to fish, I'm going to roll all the time. I'm going to make Isaiah chase over the top. So now we go toe to toe. If Shaq set this screen and we're toe to toe, he's forcing me now to either chase over or go under. And if I go under, T-Mac got the shot, okay? Shaq is rolling. So that's second way. Third way, now Shaq is going to definitely say, I'm going to make him go over the top because now I want this dunk. And now when I chase over the top, Ernie, you got to come up and help because you're the big man, and that leaves Shaq wide open. So when we talk about screen and roll, there's more to it than just a guy coming up, setting the screen, you hit the body. There's a lot of footwork involved that happens. And that guard, that's why you always see guards, when the screen is coming, you'll see guards doing this. We always looking, we always checking just to see what type of screen we're getting ready to get hit with. Are we getting hit with a half a body? Is that screener making me chase over the top? Is that screener making me go below? And I got to read and decipher all this in less than a half a second, and I'm guarding a guy like you. So if I go underneath, you stopping for the shot. If I'm chasing, now I'm behind. Ernie's got to help. Shaq's got the dunk. Half a body. So there, and San Antonio does it the best. You'll see Duncan, you'll see Parker, you'll see Ginobili. They change the angles of the screen. So it's not just a screen and roll. You're getting hit with 6, 7 different picks.
What makes a good pick and roll defender?
What makes a good pick and roll defender is now I got to be able to read all of this. So as I'm reading it, Shaq, okay, am I getting hit with half a body? If I get hit with half a body, now I can spin and catch. When I spin and catch, now they reverse the screen and come back. Okay, now when they reverse it and come back, which we see a lot, okay, now I need help from my big. If I get help from my big, I'm automatically chasing. As I'm automatically chasing, now we can level it off.
As a shooter and a good pick and roll player, if I see that you're spinning off of that screen, there's no way I'm going to keep dribbling. I'm just going to rise up. So I'm going to read my defender and see what he's doing and how he's playing it. What I don't understand is a lot of guys get away from the push up and through. There's a great shooter. Yeah. Big man puts him up. You easily get through and guard this guy and beat him on the other side. You still can contest the shot even if he's a great shooter. I don't see enough of that. I saw it when I was first coming in the league, but nowadays guys play it pretty much the same way.
Yeah, and you have to figure out in less than half a second what type of screen you're getting hit with, how that offensive player is going to react to it, and most importantly, what's the other team's offensive strategy and what's your defensive strategy. And the big guys who are really good at it, the Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers, they play games with you. I mean, really, they do. So, Duncan will come up, he'll hit you here, then he'll come back, he'll hit you over here. He may get you with an up screen, and before you know, that guard is like spinning all around, looking for the screen. Where's he coming from? And Tony Parker's laying it up.
Hope y'all were taking notes. That was great stuff. When we come back, what?
I wasn't known for pick and rolls. I was known for this.
Oh!
Stu Jackson. Flop it.
And I didn't flop. That was not a flop. That was not a flop.
Stu Jackson, you flop it.
That was not a flop.
Jackson, final. I got $5,000, Zeke.
No, that
I need 5,000. Okay, Shaq and the Fool comes your way next. Don't go anywhere.
That's wrong. That's wrong. Player won the battle against Iguodala. Tyreek Evans just got on Shaq and the Fool. Shaq's going to find that play. Somewhere JaVale McGee is smiling.
Welcome back. Sprite Dunk of the Week. This guy's pretty good.
Yeah,
Got them fresh legs, huh, T-Mac?
he got them fresh legs.
The MVP that won't be the MVP.
I like Braun without that headband too. I like that look. I just want to know how he got that hair back.
Well, that's another story, and we don't have a sponsor for that, but we have the Sprite Dunk of the Week, and it's from LeBron James. I've missed this in my time away covering March Madness. I've been able to watch it, but have not been able to experience it firsthand. The latest edition of Shaq and the Fool. Shaq the Fool.
Gotta sing that, man.
Shaq the Fool.
Damn.
Shaq the Fool.
T-Mac.
Shaq the Fool.
Now roll it.
Shaq the Fool.
Roll it.
Shaq.
Do it, Shaq.
Shaq.
Do it, Shaq.
Shaq the Fool. Shaq the Fool.
It's flying, man. Number one, Kendrick Perkins. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a 9-step travel.
Oh my God!
Wait a minute.
Oh
Wait a
my
minute.
God! He's line dancing.
Wait a minute.
Oh Lord! Oh! It's like one of those guys has footprints on the floor, man. What is that? Oh!
Number two, Tobias Harris and Aaron Gordon, a.k.a. Orlando Tragic. Whoa.
Same team, man. Good battle.
My ball.
I got it, man. That's fine. Let me get it. I got it. I need another rebound for triple. I got it.
Number three, Anthony Bennett tries to throw an alley-oop to God.
Thank you, Anthony. Nice pass. Oh Lord, man.
Number four, Randy Foy takes a quick breather in the middle of the play. Yo, man, can I get some water?
Wow. You can't be serious. Hey. Wow.
Look at this, man.
Hey, Coach, man, I'm tired. We're taking a time out here, right? No, we're at the playground.
Okay.
Hey, Coach, man,
Getting to me.
man, I'm tired of this.
Number five, Stone Cold Zach Randolph. Can't wait to see him at next year's WrestleMania.
Hey, with that old man, sometimes the breaks don't work, man. Oh, man. Ooh. Wow, good stuff. Good stuff, Shaq. And if you see, we got this is a milestone, the 75th. There have been 75 Shaqtin' episodes, so there's going to be a special show on NBA TV. What's that going to be about, Shaq? Or am I asking the wrong guy?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy, but I know. But I do know. I do know 25 more episodes to go, and I'll be syndicated.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. 100 episodes.
Oh my God!
Absolutely. Help me go into syndication.
Shaq, that's got to be one of the worst of all time.
Yes, it is.
That's
Big, you've been picking on KP too much.
Ernie,
I've been
He
saying
makes it easy.
Ernie, I'd like to thank you, DK, and the guys for helping me get this syndication. 5 more episodes, baby. Appreciate you. Thank you, America.
Have to wrap things up. In just a minute.
oh man.
There he is, the ace right-hander of the Sugarland Skeeters, Tracy McGrady of the Atlantic League, the Independent League, where he pitched last year and then retired in the month of July.
Yes,
but a lifelong baseball fan, and Tracy McGrady living the dream there for the Sugarland Skeeters. It's that time. It's time for
EJ's Reno Stat of the Night.
presented by No One. And so we have Tracy McGrady here to show us his pitching talents. And boy, you got the good scowl going right now, T-Mac. And behind the plate, the irreplaceable underdog, Joe Underhill, and calling the balls and strikes, Isaiah Thomas. Where's Shaq? Oh, Shaq's in the stands over here. Okay, so, all right, T-Mac, I'm ready. I'm ready if you're ready. That's an out. That's an out. Back to the pitcher. That's an out. Off the pitcher. Off your glove. I had a glove. That's an out. Easy out. Rock you. Easy out. Rock you. We will rock you. Rock you. We will. Now that, let me just say, that was for the Georgia Bulldogs. Well, 40 years ago that season, and I was a member of that Georgia team. We won the SEC East, and under Big Jim Watley, the legendary late head coach Jim Watley. So that was for the Georgia Bulldogs in '75. All right, get serious on this. Get serious on this, America. All right. I wanted to let underdog try to catch one. That song is "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," by the way. Yeah. Jingle bell. Couple more pitches and then everybody turn off their TV. Okay. Hey, do we have another ball? Or it's just like when you were in the schoolyard and you lost the ball. Here you go, T-Mac, right behind you. The last pitch, here we go, and then everybody can go home. I wish I had Jesse's girl. Jesse's girl. Here we go. Okay. All right. Yeah. A woman like that. Jesse's girl. Yeah. Out. Out. One more. Last out. Nice. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You want a brother can't deny. When I'm you just swirl. You ain't to get pushed up. Baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Yes, this is exactly what we've accomplished here tonight. No one knows, but it sure has been fun. That's a wrap for Inside the NBA, presented by Kia. And here's the last pitch of the night. Oh, he got it. Nice. Oh, there it is. My old man, Ernie Sr. There you go. Milwaukee Braves. T-Mac, great being with you. Isaiah, Jack, that's a wrap for Inside, presented by Kia. And thanks to the entire crowd. Show that replay. Show that again. Look at that. Whoa! Dropped out. The bottom fell out of that. You see that one? Good stuff right there, Jack. Good stuff. See y'all next week. Playoffs are almost here. Golden State Warriors finished the first half on a 21-5 run in a record-setting first half for Steph Curry. Nobody's ever hit more threes in a season than he has. He broke his own record, 57-54. Golden State with the lead over Portland. Welcome, everybody. Studio J, Sprint Halftime Report. Ernie Johnson. We got Tracy McGrady. We got Isaiah Thomas. We got what we do. You know the scary thing about Golden State? They're down 13 with 5:25 to go in the first half, and now they lead by 3 at the half. It's like that 13-point lead was never even there for Portland.
When you shoot the three ball as well as they do, I mean, you can erase it really quick. You know, my old coach Will Robinson said shooting covers a multitude of sins. And
Especially when you got this guy.
Yeah, I mean, and hit the top of the key is his spot, and then he says, "Oh, I got a spot on the left side of the court too. That's my spot too." And if you don't believe me, just watch. I got one on the right side too. And he's 6 of 10 from the 3-point line. He's taken 12 shots. 10 of them have been threes. And Ernie, when you're competing against yourself, that's when you know you're good.
You see the previous record holders. Dennis Scott had the record for about 10 years.
You're welcome, Dennis.
And then Ray Allen passed him, and now Steph Curry passing himself.
Now, I want to jump in on that. Watching those clips, you know the guy's a great shooter. So as one of his teammates come over and set the screen, you as a big man have to know that this guy is coming up to shoot a three. You have to be up on that screen to help your guy out defensively. As you see, the big man was sagging back, and that's an easy shot for him. He can make that all day.
Stick up for the big man. You know, he's not one-dimensional. You know, we want to do our job and show, but don't forget, he got them handles. He got still go around us and lay it up.
But what I'm saying is when his guy come over and set the screen, you can't be back. You have to be up on that 3-point line. You got to protect the 3-point line.
I think perimeter defense in the NBA, guard perimeter defense, this is the worst I've ever seen it in basketball. And guys...
Why is that?
I don't know, but I've never seen so many guys fall. I mean, guards now, they're defending, and before you know it, you get a move and they're on the floor. It used to be that, okay, there was hand checking in the game, but when you look at people's defensive stance right now, they're balanced. You don't see people down in the defensive stance, really moving their feet, sliding their feet, checking. I see everybody standing straight up, trying to play defense. So consequently, perimeter defense is non-existent in the NBA right now.
Who's got the big man's attention here in the first half?
You know, Bogut, a lot of experts think that Golden State will have trouble if they face a team that have big guys. But this guy right here, Andrew Bogut, he's no slouch. He's a great role player. He's only averaging 6'8", but, that's misleading because, God still has the ability to do this. He still has the ability to score. His role has changed, but he's no slouch. He can play defense, and if you need him to score, he can put it on the ground and score. So, right now he's averaging 6'8". If he can get that up to 12 or maybe 10 rebounds a game, that definitely will not lose in the playoffs.
Shaq, on that last replay, if you put it back up, how many people do you see in a defensive stand on Portland's team? Everybody is standing straight up. Look at everybody's defensive posture. Yeah. Everybody is standing straight up. And you can't play defense this way. You got to be able to sit down, slide, and move. Even the man who's guarding the basketball, he's standing straight up. And that's where I'm at in terms of basketball today. We're focused so much on the offensive side, but defensively, Ernie, Shaq, Tracy, we don't give it enough
fundamental defensive drills you used to always have to do when you were growing up.
Bobby Knight, hey, I saw Duke play Wisconsin the other night. They got on the run. You saw two guys come out of the half court, slap the floor. They got down in the defensive stand. It was great.
I'm afraid to get any closer to you. Klay Thompson, 13 points in the first half. He only had 13 in the last 2 games, T-Mac. They got to like what they see there. That's encouraging.
So the counterpart to Steph Curry. When these two guys have it rolling, it's going to be tough to beat them. I know a lot of guys say live by the jumper, die by the jumper. When you're shooting 45, 50% from behind the three, it's tough to beat a team.
A lot of guys being the guy who sits in that chair on most other nights. Back with more in just a second on the Sprint halftime report. 3-point game out there at Oracle. The Warriors on top of the Blazers.
Welcome to the Sprint halftime report. Bring in your Verizon or AT&T bill, and we'll cut your rate plan in half.
Sprint more data, more highlights. Game one of our double dip, Chicago and Miami. And the Heat with Michael Beasley with 13 points in the second quarter.
Can't believe that was his last shot of the night.
All right, well, he missed a couple of his first scores. But they led big at the half, 51-32, ending the half 29-6, and then they get outscored by Chicago 33-8 in the third quarter.
Chicago got hot, and they just started making it from everywhere. And from downtown, layups, dunks, whatever you wanted in the third quarter, they were doing it.
89-78 is the final as the Bulls snapped their two-game losing streak. Miami's lost 5 out of 6 and fell further back in the race for 8. Back with more right after this. Hey, it's a game break. And we got Damian Lillard of the Portland Trail Blazers coming up at Oracle to take on Golden State. And I know he does this all the time, but it's still pretty impressive when Steph Curry does this pregame from off the court.
And he makes it every time.
I know.
That's he's like Meadowlark.
We just never show it when he misses it, I guess.
He's like Meadowlark Living with the Globetrotters when he used to make that half-court shot. He made it every time.
Yeah. Anyway, we're Studio J. Ernie Johnson, Shaq's here. Isaiah Thomas, Tracy McGrady's here. I'm loving the studio. The game you just saw swung in the third quarter when Chicago outscored Miami 33-8. Derrick Rose, his second game, Isaiah.
I thought he played well. I thought he was aggressive. And again, this is what you like to see. And this is what the Chicago bench and everyone in Chicago is happy about, the explosion that he appears to have and the confidence that he has in those legs right now.
You know what was good seeing him is that he played 19 minutes last night, 20 minutes tonight. That's a real good sign for the Bulls.
Foul, up, down, and low, down, low.
Whiteside chicken, older fella, still putting up doubles every night, playing great.
But look at Hassan Whiteside go into the paint and then you score, I'll score.
I got you back.
Goran Dragic in the second quarter. And this was a totally at Miami's second quarter. They outscored Chicago 33-12, and somehow Dragic got that thing to go.
Yeah, the bad thing about that is you got to play 2 more quarters.
Excellent point by Tupac. D-Wade. Tough shooting night for D-Wade, just 4 out of 20, but got that one to fall. And then the story of the first half was Michael Beasley.
You know, he came out, he played with a lot of enthusiasm, celebration right there. He didn't play that much in the second half. Well, I don't know
What's up, big guy? I want you to celebrate after a big shot like that in Miami?
I don't know.
That's how they do it, huh?
They're playing 6 minutes second half on the start.
They finished the half 29-6, and then here comes that ridiculous third quarter. And you're just going to see a series of Chicago buckets right there. Yeah, that was Noah. And here's Derrick Rose off glass.
Definitely a tale of 2 quarters. Miami 33 in the second quarter. Chicago comes back with a 33-point third quarter.
Well, 33-8 effort. Yeah, 3 for 22 that he shot from the field in the third quarter.
Old teammate, shout out to Aaron Brooks.
Aaron Brooks still getting it done.
He is. Chicago got to play. He averaged 20 in this league before. He can score the ball.
Mike Dunn leading top 10 in 3-point percentage in the league. Hands that. And here's Aaron Brooks.
I always talk about the word having a switch. Chicago recognized they didn't play well in the first half, and they flipped that switch, and here come the Bulls.
D-Wade struggling in the fourth. Talk about the fourth and 20.
Definitely a night where he struggled. Chicago came out. They turned defense up on him. They were making shots in transition. But Wade had a very tough night, and Miami's not going to win very many games when he goes 4 for 20.
Yeah, not only him going 4 for 20, but Luol Deng, the other sidekick, going 3 for 13. Them guys are 5 for 17 points tonight. To beat a team like Chicago is great defensively. You're going to have to be efficient.
Yeah, you talked about, Isaiah, about needing more out of Luol Deng. He had 8 tonight. You want him up there 15 to 18 a night for these guys.
Absolutely. He had a 3 for 13 night where he didn't score. And Deng needs to score for Miami to be successful and for them to be a threat.
Let's hear the beard again for Mirotic and the Chicago Bulls, with Derrick Rose playing about 20 minutes, come from 19 down at the half and win at 89-78, snapping a little two-game losing streak. They got Philadelphia, Brooklyn, and Atlanta to finish the season. Miami, meantime, has lost 5 out of 6 and 8 of 11. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
I think you might be right.
I just don't think. I think they lost really hurt. Here are the numbers. The tail of the tape on that third quarter: 33-8, 3 out of 3 for 22 shooting, and just 1 assist on those 3 made buckets. And so here are the standings. And Chicago now into the 3-hole. The team that really loves these standings is the Atlanta Hawks, because Cleveland's 2, Chicago is 3. They would have to meet in the conference semifinals rather than have the Hawks face one of those in the conference semis, assuming they get through the first round. And Miami in the 10-hole, 44 losses now. Boston and Brooklyn are up there, and even though Miami would win tiebreakers over those 2, they lose the tiebreaker to the Pacers. I don't know. I think it's asking a lot to make up that ground here down the stretch, especially the way Boston and Brooklyn have been playing in the second half.
Yeah, those 2 teams are playing really well. They're clicking on all cylinders, and then with Brooklyn, they have 3 former All-Stars in terms of Lopez, who's playing well.
He's playing
Phil Johnson, D. Will, now he's playing well again. And in Boston right now, they're young, they're energetic. Since the trade, Isaiah Thomas is playing well. So and I think they're really starting to gel down in Boston with their young, energetic, athletic team. So I think Miami's going to have a very difficult time leapfrogging over Brooklyn and also Boston.
Boston's got the 3rd best record in the Eastern Conference since the All-Star break at 16-11. Indiana's 14-10 behind them. Brooklyn is 15-11. And those are the teams that Miami now is trying to catch with only 3 games left, Shaq.
Yeah, tough loss tonight. They came out in the first half. They had great energy. I was like, hey, somebody must have gave a speech. But T-Mac, alluded to it earlier. 2 halves, second half, not a lot of energy, not a lot of Michael Beasley. Tough loss tonight. I have to agree with you, Ernie. Might be done for Miami.
Not even Glory Road can save them now?
No. Not Haskins.
Nothing. All right, Shad. Meantime, Western Conference action coming up next. Portland at Golden State. And you talk about matchups in the playoffs, and do you want to play these guys? You want to play these guys? We asked LaMarcus Aldridge about that.
I don't really get into I would take this team over this team. I've done that in my past before, and it backfired. So you never know, what can happen. I think Houston was happy to have us last year, and then we ended up beating them. So, I don't pick anyone. I think if we take care of business and we focus on getting better every night, and anybody can lose to us.
I mean, you try to handicap the Western Conference playoffs at this point. You absolutely cannot, because too much can happen. All we know is Golden State is 1 and Dallas is 7. Those are the only things in concrete at this point. But look at those records and how close they are, and how, things can just change. Portland knows it'll be a top 4 team as a division winner, but they might open up on the road in the playoffs against the 5 seed with a better record.
Yeah, and he's absolutely right. In the Western Conference, you really can't pick your poison, so to speak. Now, if Portland was playing in the East, they definitely would, say, well, we want to play this team or play that team. But in the West right now, every team is good. Every matchup is going to be a nightmare of a matchup. So you really just have to focus and really take care of your business.
T-Mac, who's the favorite in the West right now?
San Antonio.
I think they are rolling right now.
They're rolling right now. Team that's been back-to-back finals. They know how to win. And at this point of the season, they my favorites.
Golden State is 64-15, or they're 63-15. Do you feel as strongly about Golden State now as you did earlier in the season?
Yes, I do, because I don't want to use the word perfection, but they've maintained close to perfection. Every now and then they'll have a bad game, but they always bounce back like they've been in the league 10, 50 years. They play super unselfish ball. Kudos to Coach Kerr. I know he walked into a great situation, but he's giving them a little lift, and they're playing well. That's why Steph Curry is my MVP.
They have lost their last 2 games, which ties their longest losing streak of the season. Golden State has not lost 3 games in a row all season long, trying to avoid that tonight against the Portland Trailblazers. It is just about game time. It is time to head out to Oakland, which is where the Warriors play.
I don't think I played. I think I played
Owens, Perry, Lewis Johnson. Fellas. Miami catches fire in the second quarter behind Michael Beasley, and they lead the Bulls 51-32, a game they once trailed 26-22. And this is the Sprint halftime report. We're at Studio J in Atlanta. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Isaiah Thomas, and Tracy McGrady. Very good. So, wow, Michael Beasley, 18 is his season high, get 13 here in the second quarter.
You know, I talked before the game about Pat Riley giving a speech. I don't know if he gave that speech, but somebody gave this kid a speech. 08-09, he came in and was a starter for 17 games. His second year for Miami, he was a starter, fell off a little bit, been inconsistent. But somebody talking to him today and said, brother, we need you. We got to give this A spot. Michael Beasley is the man. He's playing with enthusiasm, playoff implications. Watch this thing right here, Ernie. Yakum celebrate the time. Come on. Celebration. 5 out of 6, 3 out of 3 from deep for Michael Beasley. However, in this 51-30, in order for him to make the A spot, he got to do this every game. And not just tonight, every game.
Yeah, he has to be this way every game. They need help coming off their bench, and if he can contribute like this is why I like them in that HC.
Being dangerous if they do make the playoffs?
Against Atlanta? Absolutely.
Yeah. Meantime, Chicago, everybody's looking at Derrick Rose. Played last night about 19 minutes.
Yeah, see, tonight he got scared.
13 minutes and 39 seconds in the first half, 8 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist. He's 3 of 11 from the field and 0 for 2 from deep.
The thing that you like is that he's played 13 minutes and has 11 field goal attempts. So that means he's very aggressive. And right now you see the defense now is respecting his speed. So consequently he's able to push the ball up, back up at the foul line, and still respecting his speed. He's able to get to his left, raise, foul line, jump shot. And this is what everybody's really excited about. The dunk off 1 foot. The knee that he had surgery on. And look at the reaction of the bench. That's the most important thing because now his teammates are confident in him. And he's showing that he has confidence in himself and also he's trusting his injuries. So that's big what's happening tonight.
How concerned are you about how he will come back from this most recent injury mentally okay?
He appears to be okay right now in terms of trusting his body.
And trying to do something and being able to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And again, I think for Rose, what Thibodeau, the coach, is looking for is can he control that point guard on defense? Because that's Chicago's mentality. The first thing the way they approach the game is defense first, offense second. So what he's showing now is I can control the ball in front of me. I can defend pick and roll. I can rebound in my area. I can push the ball up court when I need to. His shot will come and go. They're not worried about Derrick Rose giving them 25 points. If he's giving them 8 to 15 points a night and he's solid as a defender, that's great for Chicago.
And as you heard him talk to Rachel Nichols, Tom Thibodeau, don't look for Derrick Rose in the fourth quarter of this game. That's the next step, playing him in crunch time minutes. Joakim Noah didn't do much in the first half, but he has a way of getting your attention every time he's on the floor.
I like watching this guy play, especially tonight, having D Rose out such a long time and having him come back. You want to get your best player in the rhythm. And the way to do that, right here you can see him. He's getting the steal, and already his eyes is up looking to see who's in front of him. Get your playmaker the ball, get to the basket, got a foul. That's how you get going, especially for D Rose being out as long as he has. This is the way to get a good rhythm, and that was just smart basketball by a big man, and you don't see that too much in our game.
Miami shooting 51% in the first half, the 13 from Beasley, 10 from Hassan Whiteside, and they lead Chicago 51-32. Back with more on the Sprint halftime report from Studio J in just a second.
T-bill, and we'll cut your rate plan in half.
Sprint, more data, more highlights. Game 2 of our double dip tonight. We're going to take you out to, because that's where Golden State plays.
I never knew that.
I know that. He didn't know that Golden State played in Oakland. And they're going to be hosting the Portland Trail Blazers.
You stay in San Francisco.
You stay in San Francisco, but you got to go to the arena.
Pay attention in the back of the bus, Artie.
You didn't go across the bridge.
I never knew that. So we played this.
You focused on the game. You did across the bridge, though, right?
Oh, it was back in the DVD playoff. I was looking down.
You never heard him say Oakland? Okay. You crossed the bridge, right?
So we crossed the bridge. I was looking for out.
Inside the final week of the regular season, teams are focused on one thing: finishing strong. That could be the tagline for the Bulls front court, whose physical play has carried this team all season. Now, imagine Derrick Rose back in the mix. Tonight, they take their fight for the 3 seed against the desperation of the Heat's playoff hopes. For a team used to playing in June, the prospect of a season ending in April is great motivation. Damian Lillard and the Blazers enter Oracle Arena needing momentum before the playoffs. But the Splash Brothers don't intend to let the Warriors drop their third straight. Behind the back of the ankle breaker, Curry. Wonderful that move. This is the push to the playoffs on TNT. Derrick Rose made his return a night ago in a loss to Orlando. Now it's on to Miami as the Bulls take aim at sole possession of the 3 spot in the East. Meantime, for D-Wade and the Heat, they can't afford losses as they try to crack the Eastern top 8. All right, back. It feels funny to be back. Time for TNT NBA Tip-Off presented by AutoTrader.com. Studio J in Atlanta, Ernie Johnson, Shaq, sitting in for Kenny and Charles, who will return from NCAA duty next Tuesday. Isaiah Thomas and Tracy McGrady.
Always clap for all the favorites.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I saw that the other night. I was watching.
Legends, yes.
And you said, what is his name? I said, Isaiah Thomas. There you go. You got to give me a heads up with that clap, or you leaving me out.
My bad, T-Back.
Hey. So why is this game important, you might ask? Well, we look at the standings, and we'll tell you how things stand with Chicago and with Miami. And you see the Bulls right now in the 4 spot. They have the same record as Toronto, but Toronto would win the tiebreaker because they were division champ. And then down there you got Miami in the 10 hole, and it was late March, they were 7th. And now they are 10 and on the outside, looking in, cannot afford any losses. Meantime, on the Chicago side, you got Derrick Rose back, but Jimmy Butler not playing. What'd you make of what you saw from Derrick Rose last night? 9 points, 3 out of 9, 1 out of 6 from 3, turned the ball over 4 times.
Well, my thing is with Derrick Rose and with the Bulls, as far as I'm concerned, is going into the playoffs, do you really want to have restraint on his minutes? I mean, what kind of rhythm can he get in if you got restraints on his minutes? All depends on how he feels. He feels good enough to go out there and play 20 minutes. Let him go.
Yeah, he went 19 last night, probably another 20 tonight. You would think, Isaiah.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with his defensive effort. And I think going into the playoffs, you have to be able to control the point guard position defensively because it's the most explosive position right now in the NBA. So you want to look at Rose and judge him on the defensive side of the ball, not necessarily how he plays on the offensive side of the ball.
A lot of people may think it's a disadvantage when you're injured, but I've always looked at it as an advantage. I won 4 championships. All championships were when I was injured, a.k.a. getting rest. And when I came back, it took me 3 or 4 games to, get my rhythm back. But I was well rested. So, Derrick Rose should be well rested, fresh legs. Derrick Rose with fresh legs, speed, accuracy, doing what he does. I think they can go pretty far if he's playing at a high level.
Jimmy Butler's not going to play tonight. He's got a calf injury. When you look at the standings, you guys have all played. You want to win all the time. But at this time of year, when you look at it, don't you look at it and say, hey, look, okay, 3 and 4. If we're 4, we would play the Hawks in the second round. And they're granted the number 1 seed. But if we're 3, we would play Cleveland.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You look at it and you never want to lose. However, it is about matchups in the playoffs. And if you're talking about what's the easiest path to get to the Eastern Conference Finals to give yourself a chance to win, you want to avoid Cleveland in the second round. You just want to avoid them. So being at 4 right now, or even possibly slipping to 5, even if you don't have home court advantage for Chicago, you're still all right. You just don't want to be sitting in that 3 spot right now when 2 plays 3 in the second round.
Only thing we know right now in the Eastern Conference, the Hawks are 1 and Cleveland is 2. Everything else is wide open, including that race for the final playoff spot. And the Miami Heat are in the midst of that. But this is a team, again, Shaq, they're 7 on March 21st or so. And then they lose 7 of their next 10.
They let a lot of games slip away, but they still have a lot of pride down there. They won in 06 and 12 and 13, so there's a lot of pride down there. Pat Riley is a great motivator. I saw Glory Road today. That's the movie he showed us during 2006 finals when we were down 0-2. Great motivation.
What, did he have you watch it again today?
No, but I saw it today.
On your own.
No. I saw it today, and I thought of him, and I said, I know Pat Riley has one more great speech in him. These guys have a lot of pride in them. D-Wade has a lot of pride. I know Chris Bosh is out, but they don't want to be the team and say, we told you, LeBron left, you guys aren't good without LeBron.
Yeah.
There's still some pride in there. They're saying, you know what, we can get in.
Listen,
we can get in.
You can get in, but what can you do? I want Miami to get in. It just won't feel right if D-Wade is sitting home watching the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I just think if they get in, they have a chance against Atlanta, just with the championship caliber players that they have. But I don't feel right watching Miami or a team that's not like Miami with the kind of players they have. I don't feel right not having them in the playoffs, especially with a caliber player like you.
Not only that, if you're a top caliber player, you want to make the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Without question.
Absolutely.
You might not win, but you don't want to go home. Oh, okay, you D-Wade, but you ain't make the playoffs. You used to be, because then the talk start to come.
Start writing you off.
That's all right. So you want to make the playoffs.
And I think in order for them to make the playoffs, Dame's got to be he's got to become a scorer. He can't be the guy that's getting 10, 12, 14 points. He's got to become an 18 to 22 point scorer down the stretch to get them into the playoffs, because they don't have enough offense right now. Even though Wade is playing well, he's scoring the basketball. They got Dragic who's came over and scoring the basketball a little bit.
Whiteside.
Whiteside
doing everything.
But they need Dame to become that 18 to 20 point scorer again these last, down the stretch to get them in.
Chicago, Miami, game 1 of our double dip. Then we got Portland and Golden State. We also have a special guest in the studio tonight, Nicholas London, 15-year-old out of Memphis, and here with his mom and dad, and he's getting treatment at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis. And it's fine to smile. We all smile.
Dave, let him know you're here. You're on TV.
And what's your Instagram, cuz? Tell them.
Pleasure to have you all in the house tonight, and they do such great things at St. Jude. So it's our pleasure to have you. We'll be back with more right after this. Hey, AutoTrader.com Drive to the Finals fantasy game is coming up. You can log on to NBA.com/drive and register to play the game, and you get a chance to win 25,000 clams toward the purchase of a new car listed on AutoTrader.com. And Kenny and Charles and Shaq and I will also be playing. And I'm winning this year. Yeah, somebody's making your picks. You see him? It's time to get going with that. How about Tracy McGrady with the Sugarland Skeeters of the Atlantic League? He's going to do that. You retired last July, correct?
I did. Yeah, I had fun.
How fast?
I was just warming up right there. That was probably about 75, just warming up.
What'd you hit on the gun?
I got about 87.
Did you really? Yeah. That's all. What was your best pitch?
A two-seamer and a changeup.
Well, later on tonight, ball. So see what you got a little bit later tonight.
Yeah, throw a little
Football
something.
teams for later tonight.
I seen you, Dick. I seen you.
No,
I'm not worried about you.
Rules around here. I'm gonna point you where I'm gonna.
A while ago, there was a video featuring a California highway patrol.
Hey there, everybody. It's Inside the NBA, presented by Kia. Welcome into our Atlanta studio. Great to have you out there with us. I'm Matt White. Eric Johnson will be back on Thursday. Gets a couple days off after the NCAA tournament. The Hall of Famer, Isaiah Thomas, right over here. And on the ends of the table, Shaquille O'Neal and Tracy McGrady.
First time, guys.
Old friends. First time. Still the first time. Old friends from way back. You guys go way back.
Uh-oh.
So many interesting nights. I smell a setup.
Watch this, though. Bang.
Playing each other over the years.
I'm just trying to break it up. Try to be a peacemaker. Try to be a peacemaker. Look at this guy.
Yeah, get your big ass off.
Yeah, look at y'all.
Watch out now.
I'm trying to be a peacemaker, guys. Come on, man. This supposed to be my guy right here.
Hey, you see, ain't nobody grab Shaq. Everybody grabbing him. It's like why the hell? They not dumb. Why the whole empty space around him. After he pushed him, just a whole empty space. Did nobody grab him?
America, like Charles Barkley said, America, that was foul. That was foul, babe.
He comes in it's like bowling pins.
That was wow. Everybody, look, come on. Yeah.
Watch out, y'all.
Look at Yao. It took Yao like 5 seconds for Yao.
Like somebody hit the slow motion button right when he fell.
Wait, look at the referee in the beginning, how he grabs Shaq. Watch how he gets pushed away. He
don't want it. Look at the referee running. He don't want it.
The referee ran.
That's smart officiating.
I'm not a bully. I'm not a bully, America.
Get off me, man.
That was a long time ago.
Hey, right here on air, I need you to apologize.
Oh, well, after you man up and get some of that ice. I'm sorry, T. I apologize.
Oh, that was heartfelt.
I apologize.
It was. I accept it, brother. On with the show.
All right, let's get to it. Game 1 of our doubleheader earlier tonight. The champs in champion mode against Russell Westbrook and the Oklahoma City Thunder in danger of falling out of the 8th spot. They couldn't beat Kawhi Leonard and the Spurs because of all the injuries to the Thunder. Greg Popovich said afterward, really not a fair fight. That certainly appeared to be the case, especially with Kawhi Leonard playing the best ball of his career.
Those Spurs know the importance of stepping up right before playoffs, and they're just getting ready. Greg Popovich a couple months ago was not going to be right till Tony Parker started playing right, but we forgot to mention that guy right there, Sugar K. Leonard. He's carrying the Spurs right now.
21st straight game with a double-digit lead for the Spurs. That is the longest streak in the NBA this season.
And they're back to playing exceptional basketball in terms of moving the ball on offense, covering for each other on defense. And then they probably have the best wing defender right now playing in the game in terms of Kawhi Leonard.
OKC had just 10 points in the first quarter on surgical ball shooting. Surgical ball. They shot 60% in the first half.
Yeah, not a fair fight. You got one guy that's taking 30 shots and you get past to 31. Yeah, 31 shots. You didn't get that many. You playing against a well-oiled machine on the offensive end, and their defense is tough. I mean, this is the time when they all gel together and they doing it.
And look at Kawhi Leonard out of the post, 23 first-half points, the highest scoring half of his NBA career. Finished with 26 to tie his career high and then basically shut it down. Easy night for the guys in black and silver. Thank you.
He needs to let that go, huh?
Yeah. Someone Chuck is smiling. Patty Mills, the reverse there. You get the idea. So the Spurs,
They held my guy out tonight, man. 17 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists.
yeah, 2 straight wins against Oklahoma City by a combined 64 points for the Spurs, who have now won 8 in a row and 18 of 21. The Thunder at just the wrong time have lost 4 straight and 6 of 7. Afterward, Russell Westbrook with underdog.
Thoughts on tonight's game? They came out and jumped on us from the get-go. Just wasn't ready for it. But we got another game on Friday. Got to get ready for that one.
How much scoreboard watching do you do this time of year? Did you know yet?
We never was in this position, so this is our first time in this position, fighting for a spot. So it's definitely different for us. But at the same time, all we can do is control our own destiny. So come out every night and compete at a high level.
Were you worried at the New Orleans one tonight?
No, I didn't check yet. But I mean, like I said before, we can't control what they do or if they win or not. All we gotta do is come out and take care of our business, and then the rest will take care of itself.
Yeah. What kind of changes before next game?
We'll see. Go to the film and see what we need to do.
There he is, our ace reporter, Joe Underhill.
Underdog, put that on a T-shirt.
Well, he's not here because he was there. He can't do it. You've seen him a million times on the show. That was his voice asking Russell Westbrook the questions there. And the Oklahoma City Thunder now are in a very tough spot with the Pelicans jumping into the 8th spot in the Western Conference.
I want to talk about the Spurs for a second.
Okay.
I just realized something. Well, I didn't realize I've been on it for a long time. The way they unselfishly rely on the time. For example, David Robinson, he was the man for a while. Young Tim Duncan comes in. Tim, it's your turn. Tim's getting older. We got a young Tony Parker. It's your turn. So now Tony and Tim, they're handing over to this guy, Kawhi Leonard, respectively, and he's carrying it, and everybody else is following suit, and that's why they always win. So, kudos to the Spurs and kudos to Popovich for respecting the time and just, respecting the game because, a lot of guys, including me, when I got older, I still didn't want to hand it over, but, these guys always do it the right way, and that's why, 27-7 since the All-Star break, 17 out of 20, and that's why they still have a good chance to win, even though they're older, but the way they play, and, when you got a young guy and a veteran says, you're the man, that's big.
It's that culture thing you were talking about.
No, it's big. I mean, I can remember, the first time being on the court with Isaiah, and then I do a move, and then Isaiah say, good move, big fella. I'm like, Isaiah just told me, good move, I'm here. So to have legends, future first ballot Hall of Famers say, Kawhi is your team. Because Kawhi 26, Tim Duncan 12, you wouldn't have seen that back in my day. Not at all. It would have been Tim Duncan 20, Kawhi 12. But, to see that right now, and just to see them go with that, they're still a dangerous team.
You guys know how hard it is to have a good season, let alone string together a couple. We're talking about 16 straight years of 50 wins or more. Basically 16 straight years where this team is a contender year after year.
Yeah, it goes back to the culture thing and guys buying into the system. I mean, Popovich could put anybody out there in that offense and defense that runs the same way. Those guys bought into what his system is, and they play very unselfishly. They move the ball, they get the best shot every night, and it doesn't matter who's getting the 15 to 20 points a night. There's different guys that's really stepping up for this team, but Kawhi is the guy now that's carrying these guys because Tony Parker is down and he's playing phenomenal basketball on both ends of the basketball court.
And I would go back to the founder, and I would call David Robinson the admiral, the founder. Mm-hmm. What Shaq is speaking of in terms of passing the torch. David Robinson gracefully passed the torch to Tim Duncan. When Tim Duncan joined the Spurs, not only was David Robinson one of the best big men in the NBA, but he also, when they drafted Duncan, spent time with Duncan in the summer. They both came back to training camp together, and as time went on, he gracefully passed the torch, and he was the founder. We talk about this culture. You got to give the founder, David Robinson, and the Admiral, a lot of credit.
You mentioned Parker, by the way, left this game with tightness in his Achilles. The only downside, if there is any, Spurs.
Don't mention
tightness.
Yeah.
Just tightness. Nothing blew up. Sorry.
That's not the start of anything. You know about that.
Mine was tightness too.
Is that how it began?
Mine just blew up.
Throw a wet blanket on that.
Co-MVP. Warriors and the Pelicans. Pels chasing the Thunder for that 8th spot in the Western Conference, and they have Anthony Davis on their side, and that's pretty good.
He's good.
Is that a great lob or bad defense?
Well, Drake. He's on ground patrol. He doesn't get up very hard.
Warriors have Steph Curry, also good. Knocks down the three. Andrew Bogut was good defensively. He had 9 blocks in this game. 9.
He can contribute like that in the playoffs. They're going to be pretty daggone good.
If I'm Osip right now and I'm left on the island with Curry, I am really mad. I'm mad. Why you leave me out here by myself?
You got to jam them up and make them drive.
Not a good island.
MVP, ladies and gentlemen.
Not a good island to be on. Golden State up 55-43 at the half. And here come the Pelicans. Tyreek Evans to AD. Part of a 10-0 run.
Young fella can do it all, inside, outside, run the floor. The best big man in our league.
And then Davis defensively gets Draymond Green, not just once, but twice.
And he also can do that.
I really want to see how good these guys can be if they play a full healthy season. New Orleans, that is.
And he can do
Monty Williams, I'd like to see that too at some point.
Yeah.
Davis with the foul dunk. As the Brown flies in. And then Davis showing off the jumper as well.
Man can do it all.
Ooh. Pelicans now up one at 79-78 to the fourth. More from AD. Puts it on the floor. And one.
Shaq, what you going to do with that out there? Let him shoot?
Yeah.
Like play up?
No, I'm going to let him shoot that.
I mentioned Andrew Bogut had 9 blocks. On the other end, Steph Curry to Green. Draymond had 24.
Nice pocket pass right there, man.
You don't see a lot of that these days.
Curry. Davis is on the island now. Even Davis didn't like that.
I mean, leaving a big man to guard a playmaker like that on an island like that, that's just wrong.
I can guard you right
That's just wrong.
I can guard you right
That's like me saying I can guard you in the post, Jack.
Well, you know that.
I mean, you come out to the deep water, I can make you drink.
Jam you up, make you go back inside the store. You come to the deep water, I'm going to make you drink. All right, okay.
Are we still on the island? Meanwhile, Curry knocked down the three.
I like that one, see.
Quincy Pondexter now on the island. Great shot. And leading as much as everybody else. He was 5 of 8 from the great beyond, 25 points, 6 boards, 9 assists. More importantly, game tied at 100. 2 free throws later, Curry has another shot at it. They have traveled.
May have traveled.
Something happened there.
This is a foul. I don't think I want to. Let me drop it, and then I'm going to shoot it again. That is traveling.
At any rate, it didn't fall, so the Pelicans get the win, 103 to 100.
But, man, you got to like the way that he played it off.
He didn't hear a whistle. He kept going. New Orleans has now won 5 of 6 as they end a 10-game losing streak against Golden State. Davis afterwards said that the Pels felt like maybe they didn't have the Warriors' full attention.
They came out and said this is going to be a scrimmage game. We got to take that personal, and we know what they did the last 2 times that we played them. We had one close game here that went to overtime, but we take a lot of games personal, and we feel like we're a better team than people think we are, and expect us to be. So we just try to go out there and play hard.
Time for Kumho Tire road to the playoffs. What does a Pelican sound like anyway?
That's a bad, that's a bad thing.
Sounds like a sick hawk. So there it is in black and white. New Orleans now in the 8th spot. They also have the tiebreaker on the Oklahoma City Thunder. So even though the lead is just a half game, really maybe a little bigger than that. Pelicans, you guys mentioned that the health issues they've had all season long. Drew Holiday's been gone since January. They've been able to pick it up, get themselves into this position, and could wind up facing the Warriors in the first round if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, in a competitive Western Conference, I have to give my old teammate, Monty Williams, a lot of credit because it's very deep out there, and to have his key
He's not in yet.
Have his key guys in a position for a playoff push for that last seed. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal. I think they'll get it because those guys are back. OKC having some problems now, unhealthy. Westbrook is trying to do all he can to inspire his teammates to get that seed, but I don't see it happen. I think New Orleans will be in that seed.
You know, the Warriors are going to be fun no matter who they play. I think a lot of people would love to see Anthony Davis in that series.
Well, the thing you know about him going into a playoff series, if they make it, he will be the best big man out on the floor. And this is what I do know about basketball. When the big guys really decide to show up and dominate, I don't care how pretty you are with the basketball and how far you can shoot it from the basket. When the big guys come to the floor and they say, I'm taking this game, I'm going to own it, and I'm going to run it, they normally do. When Shaq showed up at the arena and he decided that, okay, I want to win the game, the big guys can win it by themselves. And Davis is capable of winning it by himself out on the road. Now, does he have the mentality and the attitude to come to the arena every night in the playoffs like Shaquille O'Neal came to the arena?
Jack, I agree with everything you're saying, and his teammates have to play like they played tonight. They have to play well, damn near perfect to beat Golden State because, you know, we always dwell on what they do offensively, but defensively, they're a hell of a defense team. So, you know, he's going to have to be able to, you know, hit the spot up jumper, rebound, run the court. And Tyreke Evans is going to have to do some things. And all the role players, they're going to have to play right to have a chance. But I still think OKC going to get.
You think they're going to sneak back up there?
Yeah, I do.
Because?
Experience. Russell Westbrook, you know, he's in the MVP talks and he's in the you know, scoring title talks. You know, he's not going to let them go. And, you know, we just need 2 or 3 games where, you know, they get that momentum. You know, it's not like they're 2 games out. They're only half a game out. So he's going to be trying really, really hard to get more triple-doubles in a win. And so it's going to be Imano.
Find out soon enough. The clock is ticking. The regular season ends in just over a week's time, if you can believe that, when the playoffs start.
A week?
Next weekend.
Not a bullet. Not protect.
Get out of the way.
That was a soft push.
You cleared some space.
I can't put that soft. Hey, look at that referee looked at you, Shaq.
Weigh 200 pounds. Look at that. Yeah, so look, I don't want people fighting. Yeah, what?
See, that was uncalled for.
Oh, you know, earning my job, but you know, I'm going to be talking about
shake out the lunch money?
No, I have to let them know. I'm not soft.
Hey, man, give me you're supposed to be better than that, big dog.
DJ's such a nice guy, too. You had to do that.
Cameras everywhere here in America.
That's why little brother, big brother.
Chico, where my grapes?
Inside Stuff each and every Saturday on NBA TV at noon Eastern Time. Looks like Grant will be back. Good for Grant. Back on the job this week on NBA TV.
What up, G-Hill?
Hey, it's Hoops for St. Jude Week. Join the NBA family to help raise awareness for children battling cancer and other deadly diseases at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Can't think of a better cause out there. Visit NBAcares.com to learn more. Well, what a difference a year has made in Miami. This time last April, the Heat were fighting the Pacers for the top seed in the Eastern Conference while carefully managing minutes in preparation for what turned out to be a 4th straight East title. Things had changed just a little bit. LeBron pulled out of town, and the injuries began to pile up. Now the Heat are fighting, again with the Pacers, among others, just to get into the postseason while Eric Spoelstra is managing different rotations virtually every night, depending on the bodies available. The Heat began the evening a game out of the 8th spot of the East as they began a 4-game homestand against the Charlotte Hornets. Here's Dwayne Wade. Follow your shot. Always good advice.
Anyway, the Heat, they realize the importance of this game. They're intent. They still got a lot of fight left. They want to make the playoffs. Desperately.
And a healthy Luol Deng, which helped as well. Gerald Henderson. Big night for Gerald.
Look, with the acquisition of Dragic, having a healthy D-Wade, They can get this 8th spot. I think they give Atlanta problems.
Maybe if they can put the same group out there night after night. That hasn't happened lately.
That's
What you think,
like
Shaq?
that.
What you thinking?
Girl, I'll push you two back. I don't want to have to push you across the table.
Wade, Hassan, Whiteside there for the dunk. Game tied at 55 at the half. These are two fairly low-scoring teams. Lighten it up, 55 apiece. Henderson in for the dunk. Oh, happy Dookie after the championship Monday night from his alma mater.
Like that move, Isaiah.
Yeah, I like that one too.
But
He way behind the back, pull up top of the key. Is a little better.
he has an extensive bag of mid-range tricks. D-Wade.
He's throwing that to me.
Somehow backboard.
You got it.
That was the end of a 16-0 Miami run. That
My
is
man right there.
Henderson.
See that in and out right
You gonna get him that 8th spot, man.
Henderson at 29. And then Goran Dragic, best night so far as a member of the Heat. The and one on the drive and a step back jumper here. And 28 on the night. And the Heat end a 4-game losing streak. They're now 11-1 when Dang goes for 20 or more. He had 21 on the night. Charlotte played without Al Jefferson again. Knee inflammation is going to miss at least one more. They've now lost 11 straight trips to Miami. And the Heat move up into ninth. If you check out the full hard facts presented by Coors Light. Move up into ninth, thanks in part to what qualifies as an offensive outburst for this team, the 105-point season.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. You look at the previous games; they've only scored 89 points. And, you know, when you normally think of the Miami Heat with their high octane offense, you know, getting Dragic, you would thought that they would score a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that they haven't been consistent in their scoring ability.
Especially against Charlotte, one of the lowest paced, most defensive-minded teams in the league. What are you eating?
Grape.
You got the grapes?
Grapes.
Did you bring some for everyone?
I don't smuggle grapes.
It's selfish.
Ernie smuggles grapes.
Okay.
Elevator Ernie.
Elevator Ernie, yeah.
Get it? Smuggling
Yeah, I
grapes?
get it. I get
Okay.
it. I'm with you.
Making sure you get it. But yeah, I see the Heat getting that 8th spot. Let me tell you why. Pat Riley was a great motivator. Miami has a championship culture, won a lot of championships, but I'm sure he's going to come down with a story.
LeBron James is not walking through that door, ladies.
Yeah, they don't need LeBron James.
Chris Bosh is not suiting up.
He's going to come down with a story on how many games they got left, but he's going to say, fellas, we need to go on the streak. Miami, they have to make the playoffs, and I think they will, because, you know, you still got a lot of guys that want to play. UD has them, you know, there's a guy to help me get number 4. You know, he's been on the bench a lot of time this year. Hasn't got a lot of play time, but there's still guys out there that has a lot of pride and want to play. Miami gets the number 8 spot, and I agree with T-Mac. It ain't going to be no cakewalk if Miami plays the Atlanta Hawks. They will get some shit, brother.
No, Shaq, there's a story that was going around. I don't know if it was during your championship year when you were in Miami, about Riley coming into the locker room,
putting his head in
the bucket and said, you know,
that's true.
Play until your dying breath.
Yeah, that's true. And you know, and he held in the bucket for 5 minutes, no air.
5 minutes?
5 minutes, no air. Yeah.
Oh, he must have had one of them little.
Nope.
5 minutes?
I was there.
You didn't pass out?
Nope.
Was it ice in the bucket?
Ice in the bucket, because I was looking at Uncle Jerome like, hey, man, you were about to pass out.
That motivated you?
Yeah. I think we won 16 straight after that.
It worked out.
It did.
They need some cooperation from Boston, the team ahead of them also.
Yeah, Boston is a young team that's really hungry for that 8th spot.
Yeah, and they got Isaiah Thomas.
No way. Miami gets it. Shout out to Chico. Thanks for these grapes.
I think Miami gets it. I have to I think Miami gets it because of the championship caliber players they have over there with the experience. I just think they're going to take it.
Speaking of the Hawks, waiting with that 1 seed, whoever it might be, in the 8th spot. They were home against the Phoenix Suns earlier tonight. Mark Carroll been good offensively. Last 4 games, over 19 points per. And here he goes. Left, up and in.
They're playing a Phoenix team that's on vacation right now.
Yeah, they haven't been eliminated yet, and mostly that's because Oklahoma City's not winning.
Yeah, and you know when a team really doesn't come to play,
They get beat on transition baskets. They get beat in open court situations. They don't get back on defense.
They got beat a lot of ways tonight.
Yeah, that's what drives a coach crazy when you give up layups like this in open court.
You know, the center throw to a guard, back to the center.
Yeah.
That's when you know you cash it in.
Hasn't crossed half court.
Jeff Teague. No. Mike Muscala follows up with a putback dunk. Got a start tonight. For Paul Millsap for the Hawks. They were plus 20, Bucknell. Plus 20 in the paint. Mike Scott to Carroll, a fadeaway jumper. It's a 15-2 run, and the game was essentially over at that point. Eric Bledsoe fouled by Pero Antich, and then picks up 2 quick technicals for reacting, voicing his opinion, etc., and he's done.
He didn't want to play. Like I said, these guys on vacation already.
Oh, wait a minute. You shouldn't get thrown out of the game. You shouldn't get 2 techs for that. I mean, it's a hard foul. I don't know what he said to the.
Depends on what you say, right?
Yeah, maybe he said the magic word.
He said, "Thank you."
Maybe he said a strung together several.
Yeah.
Barbecue chicken.
There's Muscala again.
Chicken.
There's your guy, Mike Muscala, your new favorite Hawk.
Never heard of him, but it's still barbecue chicken out there. Can't guard that man down there.
He had 16, Mike Muscala.
Lick them fingers. Barbecue chicken.
58th win for the Hawks. That's a new franchise record for Atlanta. They finished 22-8 against the Western Conference as well. 58 wins.
58. They never won 58 with Dominique?
What did I just say?
No, we was
franchise. That's why I'm re-asking questions. I heard you want to make
franchise. No, we was
good. Got it. All right.
Twice they won. 2 other teams had won 57.
Got it.
Phoenix, by the way, lost 6 of 7.
Hold on, man. Did you just punk me on national TV?
No, okay, all right. Just tell you. That's what I said. It's a franchise record. I don't know how else to explain it.
I appreciate that. He's been bullied the whole day.
No, we're not outside after the show.
Okay.
You saw what he did.
Get the security. Get that security camera
offset.
Ready to go.
Got to run.
Didn't you see the Ernie video?
I did see the Ernie video. LA, it's been fairly one-sided recently. Not as much tonight. Clipper Lakers highlights coming up.
But you have to shoot 70% from the field.
Final week of the regular season is almost here. Do not miss the race to the playoffs with 4 days of NBA TV doubleheaders tipping off this Friday through Monday. These are all parts of doubleheaders. Sort of the marquee games those nights. Spurs, Rockets, Grizzlies, Clippers, Hawks, Wizards, Blazers, Thunder, all sorts of good stuff. What are you doing?
I'm fixing your computer like I fixed it earlier.
Okay.
You still ain't give me no credit. Just say thank you.
Shaq shut down my computer. Oh, sir. Congratulations.
T.O.?
Who's that, Terrell Owens? Hey, T.O.
Yeah. T.O. was there.
Yeah, that's good defense right there.
It seemed really good, didn't it? And then it didn't end well.
This is better. 71% from the field. 2 for 2 in the first half.
Good shot selection, right?
Yeah, I was getting ready to say DeAndre Jordan has the best shot selection in the NBA.
You don't think that should be called a shot?
He never takes a bad shot.
Stop it.
J.J. Redick had the feeling early on.
J.J. Ooh, the floater. Okay, Redick.
Welcome back, Jamal Crawford. There's 17 games with a deep calf bruise. Got back to doing what he does.
Does he remind you of the microwave, Isaiah?
That's a good comparison. Definitely shoots it well off the dribble. He's got better handle than the microwave, but he definitely heats up like the microwave.
So that finished by Jordan Clarkson. Lakers are a lot scrappier team than the one that lost to the Clippers by 28 on Sunday. It's a lob situation, and it's Crawford to Blake. Clippers up by 11 at halftime. Third quarter, Jeremy Lin creating. Setting up Tarek Black.
Fast.
Well, he's always been pretty good at getting to the basket and creating shots for other teammates.
It's not right in the Lakers in this position.
It's just not right.
It's not right.
Ooh, see that in and out, Isaiah?
Yeah, but it's
our reverse pivot.
Yeah, but that was the tricky one there.
That's that good footwork, right?
Okay, big man.
Talk 10 right
Okay, big
Put
man.
that shoulder
Chris
on.
Paul. Chris Paul looks 6'8" out there, don't he?
19 points, 10 assists for CP3. This is Jabari Brown on a 10-day out of the D-League, banking home the three.
Bank is always open in L.A.
And Ryan Kelly over to Dwight Bikes, and he banks home a three.
Bank is always open in L.A.
Now the Lakers are back in it, down by 4.
Was that a Mohawk?
Or what that was?
J.J. Redick.
Oh, this is Yak Yak.
9 of 14. He went for 27 on the night. And then Paul to Matt Barnes on the line.
Home time, home target. Great pass by Paul.
Frank, I see you. What's up, Jersey?
Got kind of uncomfortably close to the Clips late, but then win it. They've now won 11 of 12 and 11 of 12 against the Lakers as they complete a season sweep. All done with the Grapes?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, Jamal. That's my boy Jamal, watching him play.
Good to see him back out there. Timberwolves and the Sacramento Kings.
Boogie!
And Kenny.
Hey, Kenny, I'm holding it down for you, bro.
Do me a favor, Kenny, stay out there. Don't come back.
Kevin Martin.
Ugliest, prettiest jumper in the NBA.
Back in his old stomach.
It's a pretty good description of
business tonight.
Oh, feet work. Feet work.
Derek Williams with the feet work. Omri Caspi to Rudy Gay. Good to have Gay back out there. Mr. Concussion. Back in the groove. He has 33 on home. Nick Stauskas, no. Derek Williams there for the stick back.
Looking like Dominique.
Williams had 18 and 8 off the bench. Sacramento up 5 at halftime, third quarter. Ray McCallum, sticky fingers ahead to Caspi. He had 31.
Shalom, my brother.
I should have picked that in my FanDuel tonight. Dang it.
Williams,
what are you doing?
Derek Williams attacks the rim like this. Pretty good. Pretty good.
He's shooting a high field goal percentage tonight.
Thinking those DeAndre Jordan shots.
He has great shot selection.
Caspi one more time. He was Charlotte over 4 of 6 from the great beyond. He had 16 in the third quarter alone. Then he's still in this. Andrew Wiggins to the rim.
How you like this game, T-Mike?
I like it, man. I think he's going to be tough. The more he learns the game, he gets tougher. He's going to be a tough guard.
Wiggins went for 26. Gay helped put it away, and then some history made in the final 16 seconds. 7'5" Shin Buar enters the game, becomes the first player of Indian descent to play a game in the NBA. Didn't
barbecue chicken.
No rebound. No nothing. But in the game, tied for the tallest player in NBA history. 7'5".
Shaq, you eat some barbecue chicken now. Okay. 7'5".
Welcome to the NBA.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if it's barbecue chicken or not, but he's an enormous human being.
Those been big barbecue chicken meals. You might know what I do with big cats.
Who's on the way? Oh. Deke is on his way to Springfield. We'll tell you who's in line to join him. The Hall of Fame.
Congratulations, Mutombo.
The NBA and FIBA announced that they will host a joint basketball development camp in Havana, Cuba later on in April. Two-time NBA MVP Steve Nash, soon to be Hall of Famer Dikembe Mutombo, WNBA legend Tisha Penicheiro will lead the 4-day camp with the Cuban men's and women's national teams, community outreach projects in association with the Cuban Sports Ministry and the Cuban Basketball Federation. First time ever. Cuba opened up to the world and to the United States and to the NBA as well. Time to check in with style correspondent Damaris Lewis on the red carpet at one of GQ's most fashionable parties of the year in the latest edition of NBA Style presented by Samsung Galaxy.
Damaris Lewis here, and right now I am standing on the carpet at one of GQ's most fashionable parties of the year. Let's check out who's walking the carpet. The rise of style in the NBA. How do you feel about it?
I like it. I think we came a long way from our wearing sweats and our baggy jerseys.
A lot of the players now taming down a little bit in a good way. Now you see people kind of like
getting a little more sartorially sage, shall we say?
I think LeBron is definitely the most chic right now of everybody.
Westbrook is like one of my favorite players to look at. I always love his cool glasses. What's your favorite game day style?
I like wearing some jeans with a nice button up, kind of being grown and sexy.
NBA style is blowing up. How do you feel about it?
No, I'm excited about it. The players have been dressing better than a lot of the celebrities in Hollywood lately, so I think it's only right that NBA style is on top.
For more NBA style clips, log on to NBA.com/style.
Thank you, Damaris. Yet another party to which I was not invited. Were you there?
No.
Why not?
Not cool, dude.
Got your own clothing there.
Yeah.
Very stylish.
Thank you.
Part of your own line, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
At Macy's.
I was going to say, I was waiting for it. There's always an opportunity for him to sell something.
How's your shoulder doing?
This
platform. I see how.
Yeah, I know.
Hold your own brand. Around, I got that Buick for it.
Anything else you want to throw in?
If you're thirsty, I got that Soda Shack.
You drink in the Buick if you want.
Yes,
oh, that's good. You want to plug anything?
Look, I've been knowing this guy for so long. He ain't sent me a shipment yet.
Of anything, right?
Oh, because I can't get into Fort Knox. I tried to get in there and almost wrecked my damn car. We got like 5 gates to his house.
Zeke, you want to plug anything?
No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Can I give a shout out?
Please.
Shout out to my main man, Moochie Norris. What up, Moochie?
Shout out to my boys in Dallas, man, Rich and Jeff. I told them I was going to give a shout out to my business partners. Good dudes.
There you go. Time for the Sprite Dunk of the Week. Moochie Norris will not be involved. Shout out to Jeff Green here.
Oh, what's that on? That's a punch dunk. Ooh, who is that?
Ooh.
Who's that, Rasul Butler? Who was that?
I don't know. He was smart. He got in and out really quickly. We could never pin it on him. Did you guys catch the new Hall of Fame class announced Monday?
Shout out to my boy, Dikembe Mutombo.
He's part of it. The 11-member class includes 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, Dikembe Mutombo, as you mentioned, former NBA pioneer, really, Spencer Haywood, Finals MVP JoJo White, 3-time WNBA MVP Lisa Leslie, the legendary Dick Bavetta, Kentucky coach John Calipari on that list as well.
Spencer Haywood, the Rodney Woods,
hugely influenced. Yeah.
JoJo White's not in yet?
He will be. He will be.
He's just getting in now?
Just getting in now.
Congratulations, Uncle JoJo.
These are some of the guys eligible next year, including AI and our man Chris Webber.
That's a nice class.
Yes, sir.
Kevin Johnson, way overlooked, had a great career. 20 and 10, C. Webb, AI, of course. My man from Chicago, Michael Finley.
I hated guarding him. That's one guy I hated guarding.
Michael Finley.
I could never block his shot.
Well, you know, why not?
He knew how to get it over the 6'8" break.
Why not? Come on, why not?
No, congratulations to all the inductees, nominees.
Inductees?
Yes.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
2017 is your year.
Don't do that.
Why? Does that hurt your head?
No, just bad luck. Don't do it.
Automatic.
I think you're okay.
Oh, big.
I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Shaquille O'Neal, you are going into
bad luck. Don't do that. I hope I was good enough to get in.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
No, you were great.
Appreciate that coming from a Hall of Famer.
No, you were great.
Appreciate it.
I think you might just eke it. You might just barely get enough.
Congratulations, boys. Congratulations.
Right, D. Way to go, D.
You deserve it. You can be.
It's not bad. Not bad. Nino's Stat of the Night is coming up next. I think you'll make
I was blessed to be able to win a nice car from Kia All-Star Weekend as a reward from All-Star MVP, and now we're going to go ahead and give it away to this special young lady. So we're on our way now, so let's go. I'm excited to kind of see the young lady and her kids, and hopefully, she's as much excited as I am, and ready to get this show on the road. The magic key. How you doing, Russell?
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi, young TV.
I hear you graduating this year. Yes.
Well, good. As a part of my foundation, I want to be able to help you out and provide you with transportation to get to college. So I'm here to give you a brand new car. We have the car here to show you outside. I thought it would be such a great surprise for her and her two boys. So I'm just happy to be able to bless them with a new car.
It's so touching and it's so amazing knowing that there's people out there willing to help the ones that are in need.
Today was just like a good stepping stone for her and showing her that everything's going to be all right. Just continue to take care of your boys and your family. And every day, something you never know what may happen. So just keep doing what you're doing. Doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing.
That's pretty great. Good for Russell Westbrook, and a side of Russell Westbrook that people don't usually see because you see him on the court and he's got that face and he's got that approach to the game.
That intense face.
Yeah. That's just great.
Oh, that's awesome, man. You got to feel good for her, man, to be able to have transportation now, to be able to take her boys to some places that she never could possibly take them now. I mean, kudos to Russ for doing that.
Absolutely.
Way to go, Russ. Nice job out of you. Way to go, Kia, as well. And with that, it's that time.
It's time for
EJ's Below Satellite.
Presented by No One.
So, I've been filling in, and
you see
apparently they lost the animation.
Yeah.
This is Final Four weekend. This is what you didn't see
Look at Charles.
during the coverage. That's Charles Barkley. It's Jack on the right.
Vertical.
Man,
It's during the Zach Brown concert.
pretty nice.
Look at the vertical.
Look at the bird. Wow. Wow.
That's at least 2.5 inches.
Look at that hang time.
He had to ice them knees after that and the hip.
But it happens to everybody, right? The vertical kind of goes away.
Hurt like hell right now.
A little older. The vertical goes away, right? No, well, we're about to find out.
Yes.
Bro.
Here we go. Got the measurement out.
I'm not first. I'm going to go last.
T-Mac is opted out
back
because he
surgery.
had back surgery. So
Man, you had to put the
back surgery.
Go first, man.
Hey, it's called my
I'll go
Dr.
last.
Day.
Post goes last.
All right, go ahead, Isaiah.
No, you go first.
Come on, man.
I can. First of all, there's nothing for me to put. They give me a sticker.
Come on, Matt.
There's nothing for me to put this on.
All right, we'll do it right here on the
Let's
wall.
go, Matt.
Do it on the wall.
Do it on the wall.
We're on the wall.
Yeah, do it on the wall.
I can't put it on the tape. All right, here we go.
Tape measure right there. Or the neck. That was about,
I got it.
Here, you put that up there.
that was about 85, guys. 85.
That's about right.
He didn't do that. That was about 85.
Look at that. There you go.
Come on, Isaiah.
Why are you hot?
Come on, Isaiah. Come on, see.
That was about 85.
Oh,
Hey,
My turn.
now, both of y'all took y'all Achilles, so y'all be careful now.
I just. Oh!
That's dirty.
You can feel that.
You could have stood up and did that, dude.
Yes.
Oh, it was higher, ladies and gentlemen. Shaquille O'Neal is coming back.
Oh, okay. See?
You better stop. Stop while you're here.
Okay. You're not winning that battle. I know how competitive you are. You're not winning this battle.
Stop while you're ahead.
That's about right. And I'm not trying.
Yeah.
All right.
Back in the house.
Shaq's not bad.
Hey, big.
That's not bad, Shaq. Look at that. Look at the feet.
That was pretty impressive.
Shaq, you
That
can
was
dunk.
pretty impressive. Of course. Not to
Throw the ball.
He can dunk.
Not to there, man.
No. One hand.
Nope.
By the way, Shaq, this is something we didn't see.
Rush this stuff. Look.
Whoa!
He's trying to be cool.
You ain't had them 25s. Think you would have went face bro.
Alright. I'm glad no one got hurt. I did.
Good
job, man. Good talk again. Good talk
I don't know, yeah. I haven't jumped that much in 20 years.
you sweat too.
Good night, everybody.
Okay, you know, but the James Brown. I heard you, boy.
DeAndre Jordan's already shooting nearly 71% on the season. That number's just going to go up because he is 2 of 2. And his Clippers lead it 50-39 as they try to beat up on their co-tenants there at Staples Center one more time. They won 10 of 11 from the Lakers. 11-point lead at Sprint halftime report here. Clippers also trying to keep going. But yes,
he's not shooting the ball. He's just
dunking 71%.
Dunking 71%.
Dunking 71%.
No, he's shooting.
I understand that.
And he's touching it and he's dropping it in.
But
you're right, man.
But he doesn't have.
No,
he's not
right.
shooting.
I didn't say he had deft touch.
He's not shooting jump shots.
I didn't say he did. I didn't say that. At no point did I say DeAndre Jordan is a deft shooting touch. I said he is shooting 70.6%.
You're right, man.
Okay.
That's a field goal attempt. Correct?
Yes, it is.
He made it, correct?
They need to change their terminology.
Don't talk to the little guys about big guys stuff.
It is misleading.
It's the Hall of Fame Isaiah Thomas. Tracy McGrady with us tonight. Shaquille O'Neal right over here. And let's get right to the big guys. Clippers, they know how to get the ball to those guys in places where they can make high percentage dunk shots like dunks.
Yeah, Doc Rivers gave them the ultimate compliment. Since the All-Star break, we're playing some of the best basketball he's seen. They're 17-7, and they're playing that way because of the extra pass. And I know DeAndre Jordan is dunking a lot, but when you pick and roll, when you make the extra pass, especially come postseason time, playoff time, gets everybody involved. You can get easy baskets like this by moving the ball, making an extra pass. Teammates love it. The fans love it. It keeps your momentum going. You can possibly win.
Is that
easy basketball right there? Yes.
Is that good ball movement or bad defense?
No, it's good ball movement.
See, help me out.
The pick and roll is the hardest play to defend ever. So when you pick and roll hard, forget the defense. If the defense rotate, you make the extra pass.
Blake
you got a guy shoot
ball right above the free throw line.
Okay, well rotate.
2 guys came at him. You're gonna leave the most athletic dude in our league under the basket.
Hey, you gotta make a decision.
Probably not a great defensive
No, but
plan.
hold on. You gotta make a decision. Do I leave JJ Redick and get the 3 in my eye?
What'd you call him?
Do it JJ Redick. Do I leave him? No, I ain't leaving him. I'm gonna stay with him. Somebody else gotta rotate.
No, the 2 bigs rotated to Blake Griffin and left DeAndre Jordan under the basket.
Well, it looks like to me that there was no weak side help.
Man, just make the
on the pocket.
America, just make the extra pass.
There's no weak side help defensively.
Check, does it hurt you in any way to see the Lakers getting thumped by the Clippers on a regular basis? Do you know what your record was against the Clippers when you were there?
What?
23-2.
You lost twice? Isaiah stabbed me. You lost twice?
23-2.
Yeah, it hurts me a little bit, but the funny thing is, me and BD and T-Mac was in there, and it was like, who are these guys?
Baron Davis, by the way, he's over at NBA.
He's like, who are these guys playing for the Lakers? Like, I bet you, like if you walk up to a person on the street and say, name the starting 5 for the Lakers, they probably tell you.
I'd like to ask you that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
who you play for?
We do that. I'll be as bad as Chuck.
But sometimes it's difficult, but hopefully they can get it back on track.
Well, it'll be a different roster next year, we think. More Sprint halftime report coming up here. It's all Clippers tonight after all Spurs earlier. Highlights coming up. He lost twice.
Welcome to the Sprint halftime report. Check out the Sprint Cut Your Bill event today. Visit sprint.com/halfprice.
More data, more highlights, games that mean stuff in the standings tonight, including the Pelicans and the Warriors. That's Anthony Davis, who had 29, 10 boards, and 4 blocks tonight.
AD as good as Kevin Garnett in his career.
Well, as an offensive player, you have to say he's better than Garnett right now, defensively.
What? How's that? Say it again?
Steph Curry to tie
offensive player? As an offensive player.
Stop it out there.
And so Davis right now as an offensive player.
I love this.
It's better than Garnett now.
Well, now Garnett is 40.
New Orleans is an 8.
I didn't say in his prime.
Isaiah,
I said now.
Isaiah, okay.
I said now. I didn't say Garnett in his prime.
Hey, Matt, I don't know if you guys know, the Pelicans are in 8th.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, thanks to that win.
Shout out to my boy Monty Williams.
And the Oklahoma City lost tonight. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference, Heat and Hornets both still hanging on, still fighting. Gerald Henderson, big night for Charlotte.
Gerald better than his daddy Henderson.
He went for 29.
You think he celebrated last night at Duke? You think he went down? You think he went down?
I don't know. Goran Dragic celebrated. He had 28, most since he's arrived in Miami. And the Heat win, and so now they move by themselves into 9th, just a half game back of Boston for the 8th and final playoff spot.
Hey, can we
continue the KG debate? It's a game break here from Atlanta. Coming up next, it's the Lakers and the LA Clippers. Chris Paul has just destroyed the Lakers. His last 10, 19 points, nearly 12 assists, 29 steals, just 21 turnovers in that time. The Clipper team has won 10 of 11 and 10 of 11 against the Lakers as well. That's coming up next from Staples Center. We just saw the Spurs completely dismantle Oklahoma City, 113-88, in their last 2 wins against the Thunder by a combined 64 points. Matt Weiner here, Tracy McGrady, our special guest, right over there. Isaiah Thomas, the Hall.
First time, ladies and gentlemen.
Shaquille O'Neal. I swear I thought you'd been in here before.
No.
All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
But great to have you with us.
I need a better intro, too.
But he swear.
A better intro?
He swear.
I should have come from down the steps or something like that.
What would you like? Would you like write your intro for me? I can
let's do it right
later.
Now.
What would you like?
You know what I'm saying? I need to come down. I need a better intro.
All right, I'll do what I can for you.
You know what I'm saying?
We need some theme music.
Yeah, give me some.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
No.
a 7-time NBA All-Star, a 2-time NBA scoring champ, former Independent League pitcher, Tracy McGrady.
I have no facts.
Thank you, Tracy. That's all I got. Is that better? Yeah. You feel better about it?
All right. Thank you, guys.
I feel better, too. I didn't want to shortchange you. I didn't want to shortchange you on the entry.
Appreciate it, man. You did a fabulous job.
Well, you just saw Oklahoma City lose. They held the 8th spot. Pelicans have been chasing the 8th spot, and they had to deal with Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors tonight. Second quarter, Tyreek Evans to Anthony Davis. He had another big win for the Pels.
I love the way this kid plays. He's young, but he runs the floor. He does this fabulously, pick and roll. All the big fellas up, pick and roll hard to the basket. Hopefully you're playing with a Isaiah type point guard that can get you involved.
For the final 6 opponents for the Pelicans are teams that have already clinched playoff spots. They can go either way. Warriors don't have a whole lot to play for. They've still been fighting. And they still have Steph Curry on their side.
Don't back up. That's not fair, man.
Don't back up.
A second free dude.
Omer Asik should never be forced to do that.
I got to give my old team.
Barbecue chicken alert. Help. Barbecue chicken alert from the outside of the restaurant.
That's not right.
Help.
Yes.
From the outside of the restaurant.
Got a flamethrower like that?
Dubs up by a dozen at halftime. Davis with another jumper. The Pelicans begin the second half on a 10-0 run.
And the Pelicans are playing good basketball. They're actually playing for something this year. They're trying to get into the playoffs. And Anthony Davis is saying, I want it, I got it, and I'm taking it.
Davis had 4 blocks on the night.
That's big man in the league, Isaiah?
Most definitely right now. Offensively and defensively.
He had 29, game tied at 59. Davis knocking down a jumper.
Got that all around.
If the Pelicans make the playoffs, can we consider Monty Williams for potential coach of the year with having all these guys out?
Potentially. Yeah, potentially. His name could be missed.
But it won't be.
Andrew Bogut with the block.
Hey, buddy, I got you back, buddy.
On the other end, Draymond Green flies in for the finish.
Nice pocket pass from Steph Curry.
Warriors within 4.
Don't back up.
Oh,
Don't back up.
Barbecue chicken alert in New Orleans.
9 of 18. He had 25 points and 9 assists. Draymond Green to Andrew Bogut. Bogut left alone under the rim.
Obvious assist right there by Steph.
Warriors up 1. Lane. Evans to Davis.
Going to the line. Makes it so hard, dog. Being able to catch the ball at the top like that and make a play for the ball on the floor.
Warriors still in this thing, down by 3, and look at the shot that Curry hits here.
Cajun chicken alert. Cajun chicken alert.
Only need a little room. Only need a little room. Back up. That is. Wow.
Pelicans went up on free throws. Last chance for Curry. Not going to foul him because he's Curry. Dante Cunningham did a pretty good job holding his ground. He's still got a shot on.
That possibly could have been a foul.
What's the foul, Matt?
Huh?
Ooh. And so with the win, New Orleans moves above the cut line into 8th for the moment. A half came up on Oklahoma City, and remember the Pelicans own the tiebreaker over the Thunder as well. They get the win. They're 42nd of the season.
You know, on that last play, if that wasn't a foul, then that's traveling.
He let the ball drop, right?
Yeah, he let the ball drop. He went up, let the ball drop, picked up. I mean, if it's not a foul, then it's traveling.
I agree.
Pelicans win the game, and they move into 8th spot. Next up, it's the Lakers and the LA Clippers. Kevin Harlan, Mike Fratello, and David Aldridge have the call from Staples Center. We'll
Commissioner Thomas.
All champs on the road so far. Kawhi Leonard with 23, the best offensive half of his NBA career. The lead is 22. Spurs all over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Sprint halftime report here from Atlanta. I'm Matt Whiter, our IT guy, Shaquille O'Neal over here. Hall of Famer Isaiah Thomas and Tracy McGrady in the house. Did you get that fixed yet? What was I saying? It says starting. I could have turned it off.
I didn't turn it off.
I think you did.
Did not. I typed in some special codes. I don't know nothing about it.
Special code. Control delete.
Nope.
Is that your special code?
Nope.
Power down. Was that the ONOFF button?
It's fixed.
It's fixed. All right. All Spurs in that first
secret.
Yeah, sure.
Black people, when stuff is broke, you unplug it and plug it back.
That's it. That's it.
That's just how it works.
I could have done that.
If it don't work, you can hang it in there.
Yeah, that's how I
done that.
Plug it back in.
We have all sorts of video for you guys to look at and talk about, but I'm going to start with the one that I picked just because I really liked it. One of the things that works about the Spurs to me is their ability to identify players who work for them. Boris Diaw is a great example, and he made an entry pass in the first half that no human being should ever even try.
Well, when you look at the pass here, it's a hook pass with a little spin on it.
Man, that's just bad defense right there. I mean, dude, that pass is never good. Like, I'm serious. Look at the angle. It was just bad defense.
Yeah, but it's all about the spin. It's the hook with the spin.
I'm sure he's probably a 200.
You know why? Just
point
like,
bowler.
He gets it, then it's a kind of look away. Let me just slide that one in there.
Nobody like it.
Slide that one in there.
Wow. No spin on there, huh?
It's kind of like play it off. I'm not really gonna make this pass.
But it's one of the reasons he's in San Antonio is because he can pass the ball. He was a guy not playing for the Charlotte Bobcats back in 2012. He got a buyout with them. Suddenly he's part of a championship team.
Well, you have to respect his ball handling skills. And, when he and Leonard out on the floor together, they're both good ball handlers. They're both good passers. And even though they're 6'8", 6'7", they have guard skills. And so they're able to make good entry passes. They're able to shoot the basketball. They're able to put it on the floor. So really, when you look at San Antonio, they really play with 4 guards in terms of their perimeter people. They all have guard skills, and they play with Duncan as a post.
Yeah, one of the best assist teams in the league, and your guy Tim Duncan still getting it done.
Old man Riverwalk, since the All-Star break, 17-7. Last 20 games, they won 17. He's still doing it right here. Pick and roll, he's been doing it his whole career. Nobody rotates to him. Disrespectful, little floater. You know what this is, T-Mac and Isaiah right here? Barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert. Yes, he's an old man, but man, I'm an old man, and old men, we love barbecue. And I'm playing this man one-on-one. Timmy D, old man Riverwalk, still doing it.
45 years old, still getting it done.
Some of the best barbecue ever.
That was New Zealand barbecue, by the way. It was Stephen Adams.
I don't know nothing about that.
Texas barbecue?
Yeah, Texas barbecue. I know about that. I know New Zealand barbecue.
What is New Zealand barbecue?
Well, he's from Adams is from New Zealand.
Polk County barbecue.
Oh, okay.
He was the barbecue chicken.
Oh, he was the barbecue chicken.
Yeah. More spread halftime report coming up. By the way, the computer is not fixed.
Yes, it is.
Not fixed.
It's coming.
We'll get you updated after the break. I'm sure you're dying to know if it's working better. Yeah, just keep clicking buttons. That'll do it.
Welcome to the Sprint Halftime Report. Check out the Sprint Cut Your Bill event today. Visit sprint.com/halfprice.
Data, more highlights. Hornets and the Heat both chasing that 8th spot in the Eastern Conference, and both below the cut line as things stand. Dwayne Wade to Hassan Whiteside. Throws it down for the dunk. Miami up by 2.
D. Wade quietly has found some juice in them legs this year, huh?
Occasionally, yeah. Gerald Henderson put back. He had a good weekend. Game winner on Saturday night. Duke wins the national championship last night. And here's Wade, 12-0 run for Miami, and they lead it 82-75 through 3. How's that computer coming along there, Zach?
Prepare to configure Windows. Do not turn off your computer.
Well, you already did that.
I know. What was talking about now? Underdog, I know you're not here, but put that on a t-shirt.
Oh, man. Yeah, put that on a t-shirt.
Okay, jacked up, boy. Got some manhood showing.
It's all eyes on the Western Front, where several of the most competitive teams are battling for the final slices of the playoff picture. It's no surprise that the Spurs have found themselves in that pack, hoping their momentum can garner them a superior slot in the standings.
We would like to get to that 4th spot since we are that close.
But tonight, they face the Thunder, who aren't looking to climb the playoff ladder, but are fighting to just get in. For this, they'll need another hero-like performance from Mr. Triple-Double himself. Russell Westbrook has his 11th triple-double of the season. And in the battle for LA, another contender takes the floor. Rob City holds down the 5th spot in the West, and having won 10 of their last 11, they're also peaking at just the right time. Over the last month, we've been as good as anybody. Tonight, it's a fight in the Western Conference to secure those coveted playoff spots. It's Spurs, Thunder, and Lakers Clippers. Next.
Guided by the capable and enormous hands of Kawhi Leonard, the Spurs are looking like champs and looking to make a late move up the standings in the West. San Antonio hits the road tonight, looking for an 8th straight win against a Thunder team fighting to hang on to that 8th and final playoff spot in the West, despite the outrageous numbers of Russell Westbrook. He had the 11th triple-doubles. Spurs in OKC tonight on TNT. It's NBA Tip-Off presented by Auto Trader from Studio J in Atlanta. Hi, everybody. I'm Matt White. Shaq, Isaiah Thomas, Paul Nickman, of course. 7-time All-Star Tracy McGrady with us tonight as well.
Okay, but it's my first time, man. I'm disappointed to go.
It's your first time?
First time, man.
Is that true? Wow. I thought you'd been out here before. Is that right?
First time.
Wow.
Hey,
long overdue.
G-Man.
Long overdue.
I know snitches get stitches, but he makes the schedule.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm in charge.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
yeah, that's right. I have that kind of power.
My apologies, Stephen.
Welcome
I appreciate it, man.
Great to have you with us. Ernie will be back here on Thursday. Great job by Ernie, all our Turner colleagues, all the CBS folks as well at the Final Four, the great championship game last night. We get back into NBA mode as we get near the playoffs. And tonight, the Spurs and OKC start us off. Champs on a roll. Sunday, they ended the Warriors' 12-game win streak, and that was a game punctuated by Kawhi Leonard picking Steph Curry cleanly and calmly finishing on the other end, which his head coach, Greg Popovich, absolutely loved. He was more impressed than anything by the way he went about it. This is the quote from Pop. He didn't raise his fist or look cool at the crowd or do any of this, his words, stupid-ass stuff. He didn't do a thing. He just goes the other direction like he's bored to death. I love that about him. I can say that on TV, right? I hope so, because I already did. Just in terms of the demeanor, you know what he does skill-wise, but in terms of the demeanor, how much do you love a guy who just goes about it like he's in line at the DMV?
Well, he's like a guy that's like a baseball player who hits 50 home runs. And, he just hits that home run and run around the bases like he's been there before. This guy is even kill, and his defense is what gets him going on the offensive end. I love that about him. He's a great defensive player. He gets it going on the defensive end, and it motivates the Spurs.
And Pop is an old school coach, and in the old school, they had a saying, "Don't be a hot dog."
Yeah.
And you don't want to show up the other guy. So when you made a nice play or you made a nice move, you never brought attention to yourself because you didn't want to embarrass the other person who had just made the mistake. So that's where Popovich is kind of coming from, and that's why his team plays that way.
Spurs are 42-17 this season when Kawhi Leonard plays.
I don't know what Isaiah is saying. When I first came into the NBA, they threw the word culture around a lot. Culture has to do with the organization, with the coach, with your family. And the San Antonio culture has always been an old school professional culture. You can go back to the days of Sean Elliott, David Robinson. You don't really see much hot dogging from those guys. They may celebrate after winning a championship, but that's not really their style.
Is there anything you'd like to say on the show you haven't felt like you could say before?
Yeah, but I'm not going to say it. I'm still ain't going to say it.
I feel like maybe when he broke
Shaq was suspended for TNT for 5 years. Just saying that he really wanted
I just thought, breaking through barriers here tonight, maybe you might want to jump in with something.
Wait not to take that bait, Wait not to take that bait.
Well, I'd ask anyway.
Isaiah, do you agree with that?
I agree with
bringing the bad boy culture to TNT.
I figured there was something you might want to say.
There's a lot.
Russell Westbrook has been the talk of the NBA for a couple weeks now. He's putting up silly numbers right now, racking up triple-doubles. But the Thunder are in danger of playing themselves out of the postseason. They've lost 3 straight. They've lost 5 of 6 now. And I guess the question is, at this point, are all the injuries, obviously Kevin Durant, who hasn't played the last 22 games, now done for the season. Serge Ibaka is still recovering. Other guys recently, is it just too much to ask of this team to hang on to that spot?
Well, again, I bring up the word culture. It depends on what your culture says. Like, I've been reading certain articles, and some people say they should just watch the season and, prepare for next year. Possibly make some trades, get a draft pick, and prepare for next year. But the culture that's up here, we want people to know we can play. I know Kevin's not there, Serge's not there, but, my name is Russell Westbrook, 11 triple-doubles. My name is being mentioned in the MVP. I might win. As the naysayers are saying we might not make it, let's go out and, showing that we can make it. Let's see how far we can go. Do they have a chance of winning the championship? No, not anymore. And the injuries have definitely played a part, but, I think Russell Westbrook is not going to give up. He's going to try to get that 8th spot.
Well, you know that about him. He's going 100 miles per hour no matter the situation.
Yeah, I agree with Shaq in terms of the culture. Westbrook definitely is still thinking championship. When they made all the trades, now he's got a new team, new system they have to adjust to. So how quickly can he adjust to that system, but yet still maintain his championship thought and his championship beliefs?
Yeah, I have to agree with these guys. You have a guy that's averaging 39 and 8, almost a triple-double over the last 20 games. I mean, this guy believes in himself, and what he's doing, he's uniting his teammates to bring their game up. And when you have a guy playing at that type of level, MVP level, I mean, anything is possible. Well, championship, no.
He's the only one can even say that because he's the only one that ever put up those types of
up here long time ago.
Matt, you know what?
What's that?
I want to say something, and hopefully I don't get suspended. If I get
this should be good.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Got it?
I think I got the idea. Westbrook got 34 in the Thunder win over the Spurs. They got it back, though. We're coming back, we think, most of us. And then we've got the Spurs and the Thunder for OKC.
I agree with that.
Hey, be sure to log on to NBA.com/drive and register to play the Auto Trader Drive to the Finals fantasy game for your chance to win $25,000 toward the purchase of a new car listed on Autotrader.com. Kevin Calabro, Chris Webber, and Rebecca Harlow jumped in on the other side for the Spurs and Thunder. Thank you. Great stuff from Oakland tonight, and maybe a microcosm of the Suns season. Their fifth straight loss, another heartbreaker, and maybe the one that finally puts the nail in their playoff hopes as well. Full highlights, plenty of thoughts from these guys as well. Rick Fox, Brian Shaw with us tonight. He's Shaquille O'Neal. We've got highlights of all three games. The latest cut of Shaq to the Fool Plus, and I can't emphasize this enough, tacos. Need I say more?
A microcosm of tacos.
Close enough. Hey again, everybody. It's Inside the NBA, presented by Kia. Glad you could stop by here. I'm Matt Weiner, in once again for Ernie Johnson, who's gets set for the Final Four in Indianapolis, surrounded by repeat champs from the LA Lakers. Shaquille O'Neal over here, our special guest Brian Shaw. Rick Fox is here again tonight. Highlights of all three games coming up, including the one we just saw, which we'll start with here. The Suns on their last gasp in terms of playoff hopes. And impressively, the Golden State Warriors, who have virtually nothing to play for at this point, keep finding motivation to play and win.
I see these guys had to switch. First half, they came out kind of lackadaisical, but second half, they flipped something. Came out, played, they played together. You see Spades at the jumper. Deshaun said it in the green room. Warriors are having a special season.
Got down 6 early on, but as you said, they got right back to it. Eric Bledsoe drives into the bucket and the foul for Phoenix. He went for 18 on the night, 11 assists as well for Bledsoe. Klay Thompson doing his thing. Dubs up by 10 at that point, and then Thompson finds Steph Curry in the corner for 3. How we ought to guard him? How do you need a guy like that wide open? He was 6 of 11 from the great beyond. Markieff Morris, as we move to the third quarter. Junior Morris is playing.
Yeah, it's tough, you know. One of them more of a post-up game, the other one more of a perimeter.
That was Markieff, number 11. Knocks it down, Sean Livingston. Back dunk there. The long arm of the law. Checked out the left hand just to make sure that it happened. And then the Brazilian born Leandro Barbosa. Kind of a Curry-esque move here, Rick.
It sure was great depth at play here.
Why not? He's doing everything else this year. He retired. Bledsoe with a swipe, P.J. Tucker to T.J. Warren, who became a story in the fourth quarter. What a night for the rookie out of NC State. And he's just getting warmed up at that point. Bledsoe got Bogut on him. Enough space to knock down the 3. Phoenix on top, 98-94. Remember, this is a team fighting for what was left of their playoff lives. Man, wasn't enough. Steph Curry in transition. Knocks down the 3. Warren one more time. Over a tough defender in Iguodala.
Suns are playing like they're going for that 8th spot.
And they were. So there. And then that happened.
Like a video game watching these dudes.
Step back three, and it looks like the Suns have this thing locked out, and suddenly it's tied at 102. E.J. Tucker working on Bogut, got to reverse. Phoenix on top, 104, 102. Wild possession. Curry, no. Bogut, no. Eventually in the Harrison Barnes hands. No again. Bogut gets it, and look who's got a wide open three. Oh, no. Not that guy. Future MVP. 3 offensive boards, and on their 4th shot, Curry knocks him down, and this is the happiest human being on the planet at that point. Let's go right there. And until then. Eric Bledsoe, great play call. Nobody there to protect the rim line.
Yeah, you know, that's the dilemma that coaches get stuck with, switching and trying to have a bigger guy on a smaller guy, and you take him out, and there's no reputation.
But Harrison Barnes collects it, goes in like a running back, protects it, and somehow it bounces up and in to put away the Suns. Special season, man. And a really frustrating one for Phoenix. They are 3-11 in games decided by 3 points or less. That is the story of their season right there. They've now lost 5 in a row and fall 4.5 back from Oklahoma City in the what appears to be futile fight for the 8th spot. And Golden State has now won 11 straight, 16 of 17 games. They are 35-2 at home. And as I mentioned off the top, this is a team that has virtually nothing to play for at this point. How impressive is it that they keep finding the will and the way to collect W's?
Well, they have all the ingredients to win a championship. You have star players, you have great others, and you have great fan support. So, I'm sure, playing in that building is electrifying. The fans want you to play. They flick the switch. I would love to be in there when, one of those guys hit a clutch three. But when you have all those ingredients, stuff like that happens. I remember times we were down, and, we always go back to the Portland series, game 7 down. But, we had all the ingredients, and the fans got us into the game. And then, once, the 15-point lead comes down, B. Shaw, Rick hit a couple big shots in the corner, and we win. So when you have all those ingredients, it equals to a special season.
You face this team as a coach. How big of a challenge do they pose? What is the thing about them that worries you most going into a game?
Well, it's everything about them. The numbers that they've compiled this season, offensively and defensively, are off the charts.
Yeah.
And when you said that they have nothing to play for. Well, they have nothing to play for, but they also have everything to play for because it is a special season. They are trying to maintain a rhythm going into the playoffs. For them, the thing of Golden State has always been known as an offensive team. Defensively this year, they've done the job. They have guys that come off the bench who put their egos to the side. Andre Iguodala, who's been an all-star. David Lee, who's been an all-star, who come off the bench for this team and solidify that group that comes off the bench. So I think they have all the boxes covered when it comes to what it takes to win a championship. And now that's left to be seen when we enter the playoffs.
They've got a chance to finish the season number 1 in offensive and defensive rating. That's points scored or allowed per 100 possessions. Is there a hole in this team?
Turnovers. When they don't take care of the ball, I would say that would be the hole. They do defend. Maybe at times in games they start off offensively minded and they don't defend with the same intensity that they're capable of defending with, and they'll dig themselves a hole as we saw tonight a little bit. But at the end of the day, they can correct it. They have enough depth. They have enough awareness of their strengths and their weaknesses when playoff basketball arrives in a couple weeks here, and there's a series of basketball, and you're watching your opponent and you're studying them, and you know your strengths and what you're going to bring to that equation for that 7-game series. To win 4 games, they'll be fine. They'll definitely be fine because they've done it consistently for 82 games. They will have done it for 82 games. They could finish 69-13. Crazy. That's the second best record in NBA history, would it not be? Behind the 72-10, pretty much, right?
Yeah. Phenomenal stuff from the Warriors, and for Phoenix now. Again, it just keeps happening over and over again. If you're a Suns fan sitting on your couch, you're like, oh, no, it's going to happen again. Because it has happened time and time again. Blake Griffin doing it to him there. Chris Middleton at the buzzer. James Harden done a little of this to everybody this season. Your guy Cuz got him in Sacramento. And tonight, it's Harrison Barnes.
Harrison Barnes took it in there and got the friendly roll.
Put the head down
Sort of holding your way toward the rim, Mickey style. Come up for air. Reverse pivot.
One of the things when you great teams, even on nights when they don't play their best, they still find a way to win. Yeah, that's a good sign for the Warriors. Phoenix found a way to lose.
But the opposite is true for teams that are trying to find their way. They tend to find ways to lose games.
Exactly right. And Golden State found a way to win it tonight. With 4.1 seconds left, it looked kind of bleak for them. But they had the ball, and they had guys capable of finishing off plays.
Year of transition for the Suns. Brandon Knight coming in. Goran Dragic headed to Miami, and Knight missed this game again. He's been out 10 of their last 11 with an ankle sprain. It's looking increasingly dismal for the Suns' playoff hopes. Rockets and Mavs. Houston's been on a roll. Into Dallas to struggle against the other good teams in the Western Conference this season. James Harden for 3, and then James Harden for another 3. He had 10 in the first quarter. To the second. In transition, J.J. Barea setting up Monte Ellis. Dallas up 35-32. Trevor Ariza, what's he meant to this Houston team this year?
He's been huge. He brings a defensive presence. He can still space the floor, knock down threes, and he has championship experience from a championship he won with the Lakers.
He had 19. Rajon Rondo goes on a little scoring spree here. He scored on 3 straight Dallas possessions, only had 8 on the night, but Dallas had an 8-point lead at the half. Ellis to Dirk Nowitzki for 3 in transition here as the Mavericks go on an 8-0 run. Dirk had 21.
Been doing that for years. You got to know when you're playing Dirk, you're not going to go for the layup. Got to guard him behind that line, or else.
Chandler Parsons to Devin Harris. Oh, jumper beat the shot clock. Dallas up by 9. Parsons, by the way, left this game with a 4 with right knee soreness. Meanwhile, James Harden setting up Josh Smith, toeing the line, 15 points, 12 boards to Smith.
A lot of people don't like him shooting that shot, but when he's on, looks pretty good.
Houston likes everybody shooting that shot, that's pretty much. Off the Trevor Ariza miss now. Dwight Howard returned from the knee injury, sat out a couple of games, back in tonight, 8.7 boards in about 18 minutes as he tries to work his way back into the rotation. Terrence Jones, hard to the rim, layup is good. We're tied at 83.
I would say that's just as valuable a return as having Terrence Jones.
Yep. Nowitzki got it. There he is again. Transition.
Time slice right.
And Dallas.
Korean German, Matt.
Korean German, yes. Dallas up by 6. Corey Brewer, 14 off the bench. Big pickup for them as well. Tie game, not for long. Jason Terry.
Looks at his old teammates and said, remember me?
Yep. Somewhere Kenny Smith saying the other Jet. Dirk. To Monte Ellis to tie it up.
Ooh. Iron unkind.
How do you say that in German?
Don't know.
Okay.
No.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
Rockets, I don't know. I don't speak German, but I'm sure that wasn't it.
Tried to hit the tennis ball back, man.
Rockets hit their final 8 free throws to put it away, and they win at 108-101. So they've won 9 of 11 now. Harden's 3rd straight game with 10 or more made free throws. He leads the league by a mile in attempts and makes. And Dallas, interestingly, is now just 6-15 against the 6 teams ahead of them in the Western Conference. Time for Kumho Tire, road to the playoffs. And look who has moved into the 2nd spot in the Western Conference.
Rewind, selector. Looks like a 2-7 matchup would be the same game we just watched.
Yep. Houston.
You liking that series, Bijan?
I like Houston. I think that Dallas is falling on hard times.
I'm no longer allowed to doubt Houston.
And Phoenix now a full 4.5 games back at the bottom of the standings and in mortal danger of dropping off the board altogether, graphically speaking. As for Houston, you said it, can't doubt them anymore. I mean, at this point in the season, in the Western Conference, with all the time Dwight Howard missed, 26 games, and to be where they are, have they opened your eyes a little bit?
All season long, at every turn, injuries, their play has only increased with the leadership from James Harden. His play seems to anchor that team regardless of what adversity they're faced with. And to be a 2nd seed right now, with Dwight Howard playing 18 minutes a game, with Terrence Jones,
Donatas Montiunas going out. It just is impressive to see that the new additions have also brought some defensive stability. Josh Smith, Corey Brewer, Trevor Ariza, those three guys defensively, I think, are providing a presence that we haven't seen with Houston, along with all the offense we've grown accustomed to. So they're for real. They've done repeatedly night in and night out all season long, and so you have to respect that.
Yeah, other than Harden, who's obviously done, in some people's eyes, done MVP kind of stuff this season, what's made them such a tough matchup for everyone?
Well, the style of play, the relentless, attack of the basket at Harden. He's a willing passer. They have guys that can space the floor. They took a tremendous risk in bringing in Josh Smith. You have a team that, with chemistry issues in terms of bringing a guy like that in who's had issues in other teams and other places. But it seems to have paid dividends for them, as Rick just mentioned. On the defensive end, it's given them a different mentality. And with the addition of him and Corey Brewer being more defensive-minded guys and being able to play through the injuries that they've had, that Rick also mentioned, credit to Kevin McHale and what he's been able to make this.
Not to mention the offseason began with losing Chandler Parsons to the team they beat tonight in Dallas. So where do you stand on the Rockets as contenders right now, Shaq?
They're pretty good, but if the playoffs started today, that Dallas matchup would scare me. We all know, sitting up here in this panel, it's all about matchups. Now, Chandler can slow Dwight down. Probably can't stop him, but could slow him down. That's even. Nobody can do anything with Harden. But if Monte, Rondo, and Dirk get on a different page, because we know all it takes is one game. How many times have people thought we fell apart? One meeting, one game, one party, one anything. So all it takes is one. Dallas, they still have a lot of veterans. Rondo has championship experience. And then we also know when you're playing a team that has nothing to lose, once they get it together, they'll be out. So that Dallas matchup for Houston scares me.
Yeah, to the point you make, Shaq, I have to say that when I think of Dallas, Dirk is still a champion. Carlisle, coaching-wise, as you know, coaches can construct a game plan, and you go out on the road and you get the first win, second win in a home situation, and swing the momentum to you. Anything's possible.
Harden follows up his 51-point game with a mere 24, but a big 24 in a win on the road, and the Rockets are rolling. More highlights coming up, including from Game 1 tonight here on TNT. Kyrie Irving and the Cavaliers taking it to the short-handed heat. Got the pictures coming up. Final Four Saturday is on the way, 3 Eastern time on TBS. It's at the Final Four, presented by Infinity, hosted by Dennis Miller on the left, featuring a special appearance by The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, pictures at the center. And, of course, your pal Chuck.
Rockhead Barkley.
Rock face. And on Final Four weekend, watch the traditional telecast on TBS. And by traditional, I mean objective, down the middle. I'm all in the game. They're giving you information, just what you want to know.
I know traditional game, but not that other word you was talking about.
Which I
already forgot it.
Okay. Or for microcosm.
Yeah,
get to that later. Or for coverage geared toward your team, tune to TNT or True TV for Team Stream, presented by Bleacher Report. Middle of the road on TBS. Homer coverage of Duke and Kentucky on TNT, Michigan State and Wisconsin on True TV. Subjective coverage.
You know what that sound is? The Badger sound.
You know what a Badger does?
Nope, I don't know.
What does Rick Fox say?
What does the Badger say?
I don't know. Wildcat. I don't think a Badger thinks that good. Miami and Cleveland. LeBron James, a little history there. Passed Patrick Ewing for 20th on the all-time scoring list. He's 30, by the way. Dwayne Wade knocks down the 3 rough night for him, but he had averaged 31.5 points per in the Heat's 2 wins over Cleveland this season. There's your guy, Hassan Whiteside, for the dunk.
Fairly important to the game. A couple of these guys worked to play tonight. Kevin Love didn't, but Kyrie Irving was, see him in uniform. He wasn't supposed to. Neither was Dwayne Wade, but he showed up.
Luol Deng back in the lineup for Miami. They're fighting to hang on to a spot in the East. Tristan Thompson playing above the rim. 8 points, 15 boards off the bench for Thompson. And it's a tough moment for Wade. That was the end of his night. He goes down, he does the splits. It looked like maybe it was the right knee. Turned out the problem was the left knee. A bruised left knee. It's the same one he had drained on Saturday night. He'd say he'll go through his normal routine tomorrow for what that's worth. Cleveland up by 11 at halftime. Third quarter belonged to Kyrie.
Cleveland was clicking on all cylinders tonight, offensively and defensively.
Irving winding his way to the glass. He had 12 in that quarter. Oh, Miami's still fighting back. James Ennis to Hassan Whiteside, then Ennis to Goran Dragic, who was just 3 of 10 on the night, but that got him back within 10. Lamont Shumpert. Ooh, seems like hell. 17 off the Cavs bench for Shumpert. And then Tristan Thompson.
There's the hustle man again. Look like that old Shawshank Redemption. Bringing back highlights up here.
Oh, he got Birdman there.
That's my bird sound.
Do you have a weird bird sound?
Look at the Badger again. That's an old bird.
LeBron went to 23 points, 8 boards, 7 assists, 3 blocks along the way. Cavaliers won all 4 quarters. They won the game by 26. They've won 17 straight on their home floor. That's their 3rd longest home win streak in franchise history. And they're now 30-7 since January 15th. It was Miami's 2nd most lopsided loss of the season, and they fall into a tie for 8th and 9th in the Eastern Conference with Boston. They're only hanging on above the cut line by virtue of a tiebreaker right now with the Celtics. And there are the numbers on LeBron now, 24,837 points to be exact. Next up on the hit list is the logo.
Don't look back, Jerry.
Jerry West, Reggie Miller, the logo. And we got to the point in LeBron's career where you're going to have one of these sort of every couple of days. It seems like broken some sort of record. Cavs assist record already fell this season, and there's what I was talking about. Miami is technically 8th at the moment, but only by tiebreaker over the Boston Celtics. Can they hang on to this?
It's going to be difficult. You see Dwayne go down. They're a completely different team without him. I'm sure they now are second-guessing having played tonight if he was questioning at the start, but
well, he's a Warrior. He was ill before the game.
Okay.
It wasn't
so much a knee issue. I'm anxious to see what the report is out tomorrow morning, I'm sure, to see how he's feeling, because they'd be a much more attractive, I'm sure, playoff team, just with the excitement that comes with the Heat and Dwayne, the way he's been playing for this team, to have them in. So I hope he's okay.
Well, we're told he's not going to practice tomorrow, so Saturday probably the earliest update on Wade.
There's something that Phil Jackson used to do to us. I think Miami has 7 games left. They need to go 5-2. They go 5-2. I think they can hang on to number 8, possibly move up to number 7. But anything lesser than that, probably won't make it. So 5-2 should, secure that 8th or 7th spot.
Good news is 5 of those 7 games are against sub-500 teams. 4 of those 7 games are on their home floor. But we saw the Heat here on TNT Tuesday night where they trotted out their 30th lineup of the season. Give us a sense of the scramble Eric Spoelstra is going through right now, trying to hang on to this position and send the right, hopefully healthy bodies out there.
Well, it's tough. The Miami Heat, a championship organization. They have a lot of pride. They want to make the playoffs. I know Pat Riley is not interested in one of the lottery picks that they would get if they didn't make the playoffs. But for Spoelstra, he wants stability at this time of the year. They already are suffering from the blow and the loss of Chris Bosh, and now with the question mark above Dwayne Wade's head, some young guys that he's having to play in the lineup. I mean, they're doing a good job, but it's going to be tight. It's going to be tough. They're going to have to hold on for dear life to try to get one of these last 2 spots.
As for the Cavaliers, you said earlier you think they're going to win the East. Yeah. Do you see any vulnerabilities with that team right now?
Not really. They just have to stay focused. I like the way the others are playing, including J.R. Smith. The question mark is going to be Kevin Love, but if he could just come, get some rebounds and, hit the shots and get comfortable with the offense, I'll see them going pretty far. They 1-2 punch LeBron and Kyrie. They're playing good ball. The others are playing ball, but Kevin Love is a question mark. He's going to need to be the Kevin Love that we used to see in Minnesota. double-digit rebounds, hitting shots, dominating his opponent. If he do that, they can easily come out of these.
That's been a question mark all season long. What is Kevin Love? What does he need to be for the Cavaliers to be a championship kind of team?
I think Kevin Love needs a little playoff basketball. I think it'll remove the conversation around his game as a Cleveland Cavalier all season long, because he's going to add value to their efforts going forward. And whether it's stretching the floor, whether it's having a big rebound night one night when needed, 16, 18, 20 rebounds, which he's capable of, whether it's outletting and starting that break to LeBron James, who we know once he gets trekking up the floor, he creates havoc. He's going to have a presence. And right now, if he can just get healthy with that back and plug himself back into that lineup with 3 or 4 games to go in the season, he's going to, I think, be re-energized with that first opportunity to be in the playoffs and feel what that feels like.
I can fix his back, Matt.
Really?
Yes.
How's that?
With icy hot, Kevin. Man up. Man up, Kevin. Man up, Kevin. Get some icy hot.
He knew his numbers were going to go down when he arrived in Cleveland. Have they best utilized his skills in a way that will help the team as much as he can?
Well, it's hard to say, but when he was in Minnesota, he was the man, and everything ran through him.
Right.
Here, LeBron's going to have the ball, Kyrie's going to have the ball, and he's probably the third fiddle, in this group, and he has to get adjusted to playing that way. One of the things that comes with that is, the fact that he's for the first time going to be in the playoffs, and to the extent of what Rick said. Kyrie Irving needs some playoff basketball under his belt as well. And that's the one question mark that I do have about this team is how are those two guys going to react in this situation where they've never been before?
And none of these guys have played together in a playoff setting.
No, but the playoffs...
I've played a million playoff games, but not with this group.
No, but the playoffs, I believe, will focus the conversation around their team instead of all of the outside questions they get about the individual play of everyone. I think it'll focus this team on their opponent. They'll get to talk about their opponent and being in the playoffs together. So I'm sure they're looking forward to that.
Or in this week's case, who's calling the plays?
Well,
in Cleveland as well. Order League Pass. Right now, for the lowest price of the season, you can watch the race to the playoffs on all your favorite devices, Jack.
Hey, what does the giraffe say, Jack?
I have no idea
about the shark.
I don't know.
Come on.
Oh, the shark? Yeah.
We should do.
We
should do an album. A whole album of animal noises. It'd be a huge hit with the kids.
Round sound. Eating the leaves.
The sound wasn't as good without the visual. We needed to see it on camera do it.
Any other sound?
Well, I know one thing that you will never do again.
What?
Look an albino gorilla in the eye.
Oh, yeah. We went to the zoo one time, me, Sean, and Rick, and I looked at an albino gorilla, and he just did like this.
Sure did.
Full speed. Joey. He was 7 foot. Yeah, he was 7'5", and the guy said, "Don't look him in the eye." And I was like, "Whatever." As soon as I went up to the window.
The funny thing about it, if there was a caption on the outside of that gorilla, he would have looked at that. It would have said, "How'd you get out there?" I thought you were gonna say, "Where you a fur at?" I thought you were.
Ran up to the window.
You post him up?
Oh,
good story, man. Good story. The only time I've ever seen that man right there afraid.
Dr. Moore.
Inside the NBA, presented by Kia, is brought to you by the Kia Optima, official vehicle of the NBA.
Today is World Autism Awareness Day. Join the NBA family and Autism Speaks to show your support and raise awareness of families living with autism. To learn more, log on to NBAcares.com. Brooklyn Nets star and autism advocate Darren Williams joined Autism Speaks co-founders Suzanne and Bob Wright to kick off Autism Speaks' 6th annual global Light It Up Blue campaign to raise awareness. They've flipped the switch and lit the world-famous Empire State Building's tower lights blue in celebration of World Autism Awareness Day. Autism spectrum disorder is the fastest growing developmental disorder in the U.S. It affects 1 in 68 children and 1 in 42 boys. Kids with ASD face social, communication, and behavioral challenges. More to the point, kids on the autism spectrum have to learn many social and communication cues other children pick up instinctively. Turner Sports Associate Director Colleen Sullivan's son Jackson was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder a year ago. He's now 4 and thriving in school and therapy. Colleen and Jackson allowed us to tag along for a speech and occupational therapy session.
Jackson was probably about 2 years old when we noticed he just wasn't talking as much as other kids in his class.
How many things? 5. Wow, good job.
The day Jackson was diagnosed, my husband and I went into the doctor's office, and I had a feeling we're going to get an autism diagnosis. I turned to my husband and I said, no matter what he says today, it doesn't change who Jackson is. But hearing the words is still a little tough. We have noticed a lot of improvement since Jackson started therapy. He started speech therapy when he was about 2.5, and his speech has progressed so much.
Oh no!
And occupational therapy has helped with fine motor skills and just building up core muscle.
We're working on extension. You see that his body's stretched out like that. We're working on having him reaching with 2 hands, sometimes weight bearing through his hands, all in an attempt to strengthen his back muscles and work on integrating the 2 sides of the body.
Applied behavioral analysis therapy started about 6 months ago, learning how to sit and follow instructions.
Put it in the box.
A lot of skills to help him in school and in life. I think it's really great that the NBA has partnered with Autism Speaks to bring awareness to autism spectrum disorder. Everybody wears the blue puzzle piece pen, and it's great because people are talking about it. You know, maybe this helps 100 people notice the signs earlier in their kids, and that's 100 kids who can start treatments earlier in life, hopefully have, an even more successful outcome as an adult.
We've all got our pins on here as well. Our thanks to Colleen for sharing both her story and her son with us a little bit as well. An important day. The NBA highlights the challenges and the opportunities for these kids.
Yeah, and for those of us out there that don't understand a whole lot about autism, I highly recommend watching a movie called Temple Grandin. It had a great effect on me, learning more about autism, and won a ton of awards. Claire Danes is the actress that played Temple Grandin, and I highly recommend for everybody to go watch it.
Good stuff. Important day, and good for the NBA for highlighting it. And coming up here, it's the segment everyone's talking about and no one wants to be a part of.
That could be Shaq and Fool. In the corner to Jared Dudley, who has the ball slip out of his hands.
Oh no, that's Shaq and the Fool.
Yeah. No. How about that? I think that would be on Shaq and Fool.
Time for the Spike Slam Dunk of the Week. Hit it, DJ. Careful, DeAndre Jordan. A frequent contributor, by the way, to Dunks of the Week.
Sort of look like the Shawshank Redemption. A little bit. Chris Webber knows about that.
Let's see what.
Oh, he was wondering what we were talking about. We were talking about the good old times we put that spanking on the second. That's all.
Really?
It's true. Yeah,
Interesting.
True. Nothing personal.
All right, fair enough. It's time for Shaq to the Fool, and the consensus was that last week's double edition was the greatest Shaq to the Fool ever. So how do you plan to top it?
I'm not.
Just not that ambitious?
Yes. No, I am, but I'm only giving you 5 today.
Oh. Okay.
You're only getting 5. Maybe 6.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Come on, Rick, sing.
I'm sorry. I was getting some water. You can get hydrated for this, man. Get hydrated.
Number 1, Steven Adams. Watch very closely, guys. This play is nuts.
Come on, man. Just a little ball, man. Just a little ball.
You know the worst part about this? He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, ball violence.
Number 2, Michael Carter Williams. MCW or more like OMG? Watch.
Whoa. Oh, you got to get that. Come on. Yeah. Jared Bayless, you got to get up, man. Bayless, you got to get up, brother.
Here it is.
Sorry, Michael. I know.
Slipped over.
Wipe off the head. Wipe off.
Number 3, Jared Dudley.
Oh, back to
The
back.
Bucks had a backwards kind of week.
Just connecting with fans, that's all.
Apparently there's something on the basketball in Milwaukee.
Got a lot of butter in Milwaukee.
He's got to face the other way if you're going to shoot it like that.
Number 4, DeMar DeRozan. Needs his brain to be defrozen. Shaq to the pool, baby.
We were wearing red.
He had a white warm-up top on.
Yeah, white and red, man.
But he was wide open.
He was.
Yeah. And number 5, Matt Weiner. Tried to dap me up for 10 seconds, but he got denied.
That's true. That did happen.
5, 4, 3,
Come on, slow-mo.
2, and 1.
He did eventually get me one. You did. You did. I'm never going to try that again.
But hold on.
You guys want to try that again?
No, I'm not with him.
We got one more play.
What do you got?
We got one more play. This guy, I know he thought after watching this that we forgot about it. We did. Look at this free throw. Oh, we drop that. Yes.
This is a whole thing.
That's good. Oh, Drummond, I told you I was going to get you. I had to get my boy Drummond on that one.
No dab for him either.
No way.
Come on, man. Go in there. Try one more time. There you go.
Nice seeing you, fellas.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you
Good,
guys.
brother.
Rick always takes care of me, by the way.
I know he does.
Distance step. Yeah. By the way, Kenny Smith's new show on TBS is coming up tomorrow night. Meet the Smiths. You get to hang out with the whole Smith family. Starts tomorrow night on TBS, 9 Eastern time, and here's a little sample.
Oh, what's up, boy? We always doing something, man. What's up? Hey,
I'm thinking about taking a staycation with Gwen.
bro, you want to feed her steaks while you're on vacation?
No. Staycation.
Oh, okay. I thought you were my bad.
Instead of going on a vacation, it's like 20 miles in it. The kids got a babysitter, you come back the next day.
20 miles from the house?
Yeah.
I'm going to do what your wife going to do to you when you...
What's that?
What?
Oh, come on, man. The
20
staycation.
miles from the house?
Right, just to give her a break.
Hawaii, man. Dominican Republic. Mexico. Bye, Kenny.
Oh, my God.
The staycation sounds good, too.
No, I thought you were talking nothing. A staycation. See, yeah, I never heard of a staycation.
The whole trip built around red meat? Is that what
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, steakhouse. Oh, get it, Matt.
Oh, I'm back.
Get it, Matt. Hey. Nice teamwork right there, Matt.
Windmill. Kind of a windmill.
Vacation where you eat nothing but steak.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds heavy. Nino's coming up next. Inside Stop, catch it each and every Saturday at noon Eastern time on NBA TV, and the cast seemingly gets better every week somehow.
Ricky's a pretty dude.
Rick Fox joining
last week. How'd I do it? Good. Thank you. Great. I'll be like you.
Hey, you know what? It's that time.
Nothing could be finer than Matt Weiner.
Presented by Taco Bell.
Oh
yeah.
Got one.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Little sponsorship action here. Taco Bell would like to remind you, it's about time someone did something different for breakfast. I like the music we've chosen for this. Taco Bell is a biscuit taco, comes in 3 varieties. The crispy chicken biscuit taco, the sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit taco, and the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit taco. Shaq has all 3 right there.
But I'm going to go with that sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit.
It's
half gone, just like that.
Right. There's your black people sauce in there. That's what we do.
I didn't know that was. Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, no, it's a thing. Oh yeah.
You guys have seen the TV ads for these things.
Check.
They're defecting from ordinary breakfasts. Oh yeah, clowns, guards, the whole thing. So we started thinking about escapes for you guys. Not just from breakfast.
Check me out.
That was one of Rick's many acting parts in the commercial.
How many movies you got, Rick? 10. Nice. You got about what, 30? Oh no, I lost count.
Oh, the Great Escape, great movie.
Good movie.
Going over the fence too, with the taco. I don't know how safe that is.
Gotta bring your taco.
Shaq Deeney.
We got a movie.
You got a movie?
Shawshank Redemption. That's right. Legendary movie.
That's a great movie.
Great. No, Shawshank Redemption.
Shawshank.
Yeah, right. Remember that play?
Shaq.
Oh, remember that play?
I remember the movie, yeah.
It's a play in the corner.
Oh, the play.
Yeah, pull that out. Shawshank Redemption. Unstoppable.
Yeah, so we can break it all the way down.
You didn't escape?
No, yeah.
You already got out of Denver.
A taco was alright.
I have. Definitely have.
Was that really a taco though?
It's a biscuit taco.
Biscuit taco.
Yeah. Only one?
Not a taco, because I'm from San Antonio. I know tacos. Biscuit taco. Got it. Thank you, Taco
seal of approval?
You're from San Antonio today?
I'm from San Antonio.
So, Newark, San Antonio.
Depends on the audience.
Germany.
Pat, you got a sponsor.
I know a sponsor. Pretty good.
Thanks, Taco Bell.
Take that,
Taco
EJ.
Bell.
We got a sponsor up here. How about that? Thanks for being there, everybody. See you. Well, Steph Curry hasn't embarrassed anybody yet, but he does have 10 points, and his team is up by 11, 55-44 at the break, with the Warriors looking for an 11th straight win. Sprint halftime report here from Atlanta. Welcome in, everybody. Matt Weiner with some old friends here. Three-peat champions with the LA Lakers, Rick Fox, Ryan Shaw, Shaquille O'Neal right over here. Although somebody pointed out, you guys are also all former Celtics. Not together, but all former Celtics.
Yeah, different times.
Yeah. You don't have any memories to share because you weren't there at the same time, but you were former Celtics. Warriors lead it, looking for an 11th straight win and their 62nd win of the season here. Steph Curry could well wind up winning the MVP award at season's end, but there are a lot of folks who look at this team and feel like Andrew Bogut might be the linchpin to their playoff hopes, and he got off to a great start in this game. 6 points, 5 boards, couple of blocks in the first quarter. What does he do that is so important to that team?
Well, I think that, he does all the intangibles. He clogs the lane, and it's probably the most underrated part of his team. You run it here. He's a rim protector. People don't really think of a rim protector, but here you see him patrolling the lane, gets a block. Also, the vision that he has. He rebounds the ball, outlets it, gets the break started, which is another underrated part of the game. And everybody's always preoccupied with the Splash Brothers. He's a high percentage shooter on the box as well, so when they throw it in, he can score inside as well.
With passes as well, and you heard Brent Barry mention it during the broadcast. They're 52-7 when Andrew Bogut plays, just 9-6 when he's off the floor, and it's a part of this Warriors team's great depth is that they have Bogut, and they have guys like David Lee, a former All-Star, and Maurice Spates, a shooting machine, available to them on a night without Draymond Green.
I stated earlier, the first game, you could be the greatest player, 1-2 punch. When you have others to come out to play, especially others that can play, it makes it easier on you. Right here, David Lee, the WCW, the white Chris Webber, this is what he does. He hustles, he goes plays. So you know what? We're going to feed him. We're going to call a play for you, big fella. go to work. And Spates right here, Spates, we love you. Shoot this shot because we know you're going to make most of them. And it makes it easier for Clay and the other guy just come out and play hard. We have others that can come out and play. I know this for a fact because I played with a lot of great others that helped me get to the next level. And I still think Golden State will win this year.
We'll win it all.
That's what I think.
Steph Curry's the other guy, right?
Yes. The other guy. Klay Thompson, Steph Curry.
Yes, Klay Thompson, the other guy.
Right.
Steph Curry. The MVP candidate. What's fascinating about this, the Warriors have won almost everything there is to win at this point. They've already wrapped up their first division title in, 39 years. They've wrapped up the top seed in the West. There's not much else to play for here, and yet they keep playing. How hard is it to overcome just human nature at this point in the season if you've got all of these things already ticked off?
It's extremely difficult. We've been guilty of this, haven't we, Shaq and Brian? And look, this is a time of year when you're playing teams that are completely out of the mix. The San Antonio, Phoenix Sun team is out of the mix. But what we hear and see here is the start of a game where they're a little loose, they're a little careless. Turnovers start and send this team on the wrong course, but they corrected it. You're not going to win a championship being loose with the ball. And three things that have worked effectively all season long for the Golden State Warriors is they've moved the basketball, they've defended, and they've taken care of the ball. Tonight they didn't start that way, but if they're going to be a championship team like you expect them to be, Shaq, they got to protect the ball. It starts with that guy, Steph Curry, because he sets the tone.
I said this the other day, Rick, see if you and Bishan agree with me. They're playing lackadaisical first half, but it seems to me they have a switch. We had that switch, because I remember sometimes in timeouts, Bishan, you calling me out, come on, Jack, you messing around. And all of a sudden, we click that switch. You think these guys have that switch?
Well, that's left to be seen. And, one of the things you talk about our situation, we had won multiple championships. San Antonio's done it before. So you know that they can flip the switch. This team hasn't been there and hasn't done that yet. So that, it's going to be interesting to see.
I'm curious to know from you, from a coaching point of view, if you're opposing the Warriors in a playoff series and have a chance to really scrutinize and scout them for weeks at a time, what do you think folks will come up with in terms of ways to attack them over a series?
Well, I think one of the things you have to do is, and even though Steph Curry's defense has improved and the Warriors' defense overall has improved, I think you have to make him defend on the other end. He can't use all his energy, he or Klay Thompson, just using their energy to score the ball. So I think that whoever Steph Curry is guarding, you have to go at him, try to get fouls on him, and make him expend as much energy as you can on the defensive end.
Sun shooting just 36% in the first half, and they trail it by 11 in Oakland. More of the Sprint Halftime Report coming up here from Atlanta.
Welcome to the Sprint Halftime Report. Check out the Sprint Cut Your Bill event today. Visit sprint.com/halfprice.
More data, more highlights. Rockets on a roll these days. James Harden and Houston looking to stake a claim to the number 2 spot in the Western Conference. They were in Dallas tonight. Dwight Howard, rebound, stick back dunk. Better team with Dwight on the floor, obviously. Works his way back from that knee injury. Jason Terry breaks the tie at 95. The Rockets hit 8 straight free throws down the stretch. Dirk Nowitzki to Monta Ellis. This could have tied it. Oh, it did not. Houston's won 9 of 11. They creep past the Grizzlies into second in the West. Real deal. Final Four Saturday, just 2 days away now. Shaq has already predicted Wisconsin will take down Kentucky. 3 Eastern time on TBS. It's at the Final Four, presented by Infinity, hosted by Dennis Miller, featuring a special appearance by The Rock. Shaq is inexplicably not part of that show. And on Final Four weekend, watch the traditional telecast on TBS. You know that. Or for coverage geared specifically toward your team, tune to TNT or True TV for Team Stream presented by Bleacher Report. Middle of the road traditional coverage on TBS, homer coverage of Duke and Kentucky on TNT, Michigan State and Wisconsin on True TV. Shaq says go back.
That was just that. You've been watching the Sprint Halftime Report. Check out the Sprint Cut Your Bill event today. Visit sprint.com/halfprice.
Seems like like LeBron James has a milestone moment about every other game at this point in his career. With this bucket, he passed Patrick Ewing to move into 20th on the NBA's all-time scoring list. Cleveland moving toward a 49th win of the season if they can hang on to their 11-point lead. 61-50 at the break. Sprint halftime report is up and running here from our Atlanta studio. Good to see you out there. Laker reunion here tonight. Rick Fox over there. Shaquille O'Neal over here. And Brian Shaw to my immediate left. Appreciate the applause for everyone. 61-50, mentioned LeBron. He's already got 10 points, 5 assists in this game. But if they're a championship team, he needs other guys to do what they do.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You could be the biggest superstar in the world. You could be part of a great 1-2 punch. But if you don't know the importance of others, and I do know the importance of others, you never win the championship. I have 2 others right here. They're not really others. Rick, B. Shaw, you win the championship. Miles Garber, according to Coach Shaw, came to the gym every day to work. Right here, LeBron giving it up to him again. That's all he needs to do. We don't need you to come in, command the ball, and take 20 different shots. And this guy right here, he's doing this with the Knicks. He's doing it now. You get guys to play like that on a consistent basis, you will win a championship, multiple championships. A lot of times I kick it out to these guys over here, and they make me look good. So it doesn't matter if you're the greatest player in the world or part of a 1-2 punch. You must know the importance of others.
How do the others feel about being called others, by the way?
Well, by superstars, it's okay.
You're okay with that? All right.
Yeah, definitely.
Usually others don't have an ego, so
there you go.
They don't.
Because if you do, you don't last very long.
That's right.
Well, first of all, I never called them others. That was a term I made up on the show because I didn't memorize everybody's name.
Well, yeah, what did you call them?
My guys.
My guys?
Oh, yeah.
And in person,
guys,
if you forgot their name?
No, never.
Okay. Matt, I will say he was always very generous. When he got his extension, one of the first extensions with the Lakers, he actually got everybody on the team, as well as the coaches and the training staff, Rolex watches.
Wow.
The only watch it's the only watch I
by myself. The others helped me get to where I am. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you.
Inside the NBA, it's nominated for another Emmy. If it wins, then...
Yeah, I'm going to thank them, too. And thanks for not telling me when I was getting traded. I appreciate that.
Having said all that about the others, Rick, it's pretty nice to have the king in the middle.
It does. Brian and I played with Shaq, so we know what it's like to have an individual who will make your game easier. And if we take a look, we'll see that when you start with the ball in the hand of the best player on the floor and in the league right now, he will draw the attention of the opponent, giving you shots like this, which I remember knocking down. Brian, you remember knocking those down. You see in transition, collapses the defense completely because we know he can finish. JR walks right into this. At the end of the day, why do you have others? Because you only have superstars rarely like this that can make tough shots. When we get in trouble in our times together, we dump it into the big fella. He can take care of business.
One of the important others for the Cleveland Cavaliers, Tristan Thompson, who came off the bench in this game, has already racked up 9 rebounds, 3 on the offensive end. One of the best offensive rebounders the game has.
And I always look at, in terms of the others and the little things, I was a role player, so I look at the things that the role players do. And if we roll the tape with Tristan, he does all the little things in terms of getting his team extra possessions. Here you see Shumpert driving. He's taking on 2 Miami defenders here. He comes away with the rebound to buy an extra possession for his team. Those things are very important. Here you see LeBron anticipating the steal. He's even with Chris Birdman Anderson right there. He takes off in transition, anticipating that the ball will come and finishes. So those kind of contributions are important for a team to have the ultimate success.
Obviously, a concern for Miami. Dwayne Wade went down with a knee injury in the second quarter. Miami was down 50-31 when he hurt that injury, but they responded with a 9-2 run at the end of the half and actually trail only by 11. As you look at the injury, check out that right knee, kind of buckles there. Now, he had his left knee drained Saturday night. He's been dealing with the knee issues virtually all season. We'll see if he can come back. David Aldridge is working the sidelines and hopefully get us an update on D. Wade on the other side when we take it back to Cleveland. Sprint halftime report continues here from Atlanta. Lakers every which way you look.
Welcome to the Sprint Halftime Report. Check out the Sprint Cut Your Bill event today. Visit sprint.com/halfprice.
More data, more highlights. 2 nights ago here on TNT, Steph Curry blew up the internet when he left Chris Paul in his dust. People still talking about that play. Tonight, he and the Warriors could Maybe. Finally, boy, we are sprint.
Oh, feet work.
Steph's not messing around. He's getting ready for that game. He's getting ready for game 2 of the doubleheader. Maybe can finish off the Phoenix Suns playoff hopes for good. That's later on. Third quarter from Cleveland up next. Final Four Saturday coming up. 3 to 4 Eastern time on TBS. You'll see At the Final Four presented by Infinity, hosted by Dennis Miller, and featuring a special appearance by The Rock. He's the one in the middle.
Dwayne
Chuck on the right.
Okay, Joe. And Chuck got the
Chuck over there. Son of Rocky Johnson. You don't remember Rocky Johnson?
No, who's Rocky Johnson?
Original wrestler. Brian Shaw bringing some extra knowledge to the program and the promotions here. Final Four weekend. Watch the traditional telecast on TBS for coverage geared toward your team to the TNT or True TV for Team Stream, presented by Bleacher Report.
I can hear Smitty from here.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a good Final Four right here. Who you got?
Middle of the road on TBS, Homer coverage on TNT and True TV. You got Wisconsin.
I'm not going to say Wisconsin.
You're not going to say it? Don't say it.
No.
Say it.
I will never say Wisconsin over Kentucky.
You just did.
You've been watching the Sprint Halftime Report. Check out the Sprint Cut Your Bill event today. Visit sprint.com/halfprice.
Miami Heat's playoff hopes are on the line, so despite feeling a little under the weather tonight, Dwayne Wade is set to give it a go in Cleveland against his old pal LeBron James and the Cavaliers. With 7 games left on the schedule, the king of the Cavs is set to lock down the 2 seed in the East sooner rather than later, which could mean a first-round series against the Heat. A potential preview tonight on TNT. It's NBA tip-off presented by Auto Trader ahead of another doubleheader tonight here on TNT. Welcome in everybody to our Atlanta studio. I'm Matt Whiter and Jordan Johnson once again as he gets set for the Final Four in Indianapolis. The LA Lakers are not one of the 4 teams on our air tonight, but they are exceptionally well represented here in Studio J. Shaq right there, Rick Fox right over there. I thought that was just for Isaiah. No, that's going to be a thing for Rick now too. And Brian Shaw here, our special guest in the studio tonight as well.
You want to know why I'm clapping?
Why?
Because, I'm quick to say I got 4 rings, but if it wasn't for these 2 fellas right here, I probably wouldn't have one. So thank you, fellas, for helping me get 3 in a row. Thank you. It started with you. Nope, it started with you looking for me. I appreciate these guys more than you know.
Big part of the 3-peat Lakers under Phil Jackson at the start of the millennium. You guys played 309 games together, regular season and postgame. You won 232 of those. That's about 75% by my record. Here's what I want to know. Since it's all Lakers here, is there some sort of pregame ritual we have to do to get ready for the night?
Yeah, but you're not involved.
That's fine. You guys do what you need to do.
And we can't show you because it's not PG-13.
Okay.
We can't show you.
And you see Rick trying to reach for my head again.
Yeah.
I had to remind him on the locker room that you remember we measured our heads on the bus. I was the 4th biggest head on the team.
Who was the first?
You. You, AC Green, Derek Fisher, Rick Fox, then myself.
That's actually I was fit. As for tonight, we've got the Heat and the Cavaliers. Could wind up being a playoff matchup. And in the meantime, Cleveland looks like a pretty solid number 2 seed right now. The calendar has turned to April, so we're late in the season, but not quite to the postseason. So we're kind of looking for topics of conversation. It came up yesterday that LeBron James has been allowed freedom by head coach David Blatt to call a ton of plays on the fly. In your experience as a coach and as a guy with the ball in his hands, how big a deal is this? How unusual is that?
No big deal at all. I think it's natural for the best ball handler, usually the point guard, and LeBron plays a lot of point out there when he's on the floor, to have a feel And the coach has faith in him, obviously, and so he allows him to make calls. I don't think it's a big deal at all.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, he acknowledges that it wasn't something he was prepared for his first year, but as he moved forward, it was something he did in Miami and Cleveland when he was first started there, and back again. He's been doing everything. He's had his imprint on this season with his opinion in terms of management moves and player additions. I just wonder if he's eventually going to start writing checks for everybody. He can afford that.
He's got enough. He can if he wants to. You played for a bunch of coaches over the years. How many of them gave their point guard or whoever was handling the ball that kind of freedom?
Well, most of my point guards I play with, including B. Shaw, very, very intelligent in the game. So the coach said, B. Shaw, you handle it. And, LeBron is a similar type player. Now, in the case of Rondo is the type of guy who needs that confirmation, say, you call the plays. Guys like Rondo, you can't really control. So, these guys are saying it's not a big deal. And in LeBron's case, it's not a big deal. But some players don't like to look at the coach every time. Some coaches, some players like to go out and just do what they do. But for LeBron, I think it's a great thing. It just shows that the coaches and the players have the ultimate trust, and it should help them in the long run.
Hey, 7 games left for the Cavaliers on the schedule now. They're 3 games up on both Toronto and Chicago in the Eastern Conference. What would you like to see from them here over the next week and a half, 2 weeks?
Well, right now they're playing pretty good basketball, and LeBron is playoff ready, and he's going to be having a conversation with guys to get them ready. They're just going to be playing loose. It looks like they have the second seed locked up, so they're not going to be doing too much. They don't want to get any guys foolish injuries going into the playoffs, but they're going to be a scary team, and they're going to be ready. And they're the type that they can win on the road, they can win at home, so it doesn't really matter who they play. But I think they're coming out of the East.
That guy, by the way, will play tonight. We're told Kyrie Irving's not feeling well, but does plan to play. Kevin Love, on the other hand, who's been dealing with a back injury for a good chunk of the season now, is out for the Cavaliers. They face a Miami team that begins the night 7th in the East by virtue of a tiebreaker with the Brooklyn Nets, and they're just a half game up on the charging Boston Celtics. They've won 2 out of 3 against the Cavaliers this season, but both of those were in South Florida. They got blown out in Cleveland without Dwayne Wade back on February 11th. And Wade, as I mentioned, is playing tonight, but he's almost a day-to-day situation there because of the knee, and tonight because of an illness. What is that conversation like with Eric Spoelstra and D. Wade on a nightly basis at this point in the season when they can't afford to drop any games?
Well, I think the main thing is they want him to be healthy. It doesn't matter if they win games and then he gets hurt going into the playoffs. So he wants to stay healthy, feel strong. Obviously, they want to keep on fighting for that position. And I don't think that they fear Cleveland or Atlanta if they get the 7th or 8th spot going into the playoffs.
Yeah, they're defending. They're champions. There's enough players on that team that understand how to maneuver at this time of year, and I'm sure they'd like to see Cleveland. If I had to guess, they've had success, 2-1.
Stop it!
I'm telling you, they can't. I don't think they fear them. They respect them, but they would like to see a team that they've had success against. That's what we would like. Come on now.
Oh yeah.
Certain teams we didn't fear.
Like to see.
Well, there's things that, obviously D. Wade knows about LeBron, his strengths and weaknesses from playing against him in practice every day. So that's something that he can use to his advantage if they do face each other.
Plus that whole headband thing. He's probably got the inside,
There it is.
Don't you say it. I know you.
Final Four Saturday coming up, 3 to 4 Eastern time at the Final Four presented by Infinity and hosted by Dennis Miller, featuring a special appearance by The Rock. It's the first and only time Charles Barkley will ever appear on a marquee. Dennis Miller and The Rock.
He's moving up, though. We saw him with Spike Kid.
Sure, he's
Samuel Jackson.
Right? Final Four weekend. Watch the traditional telecast on CBS, or for coverage geared toward your team, tune into TNT or True TV for Team Stream presented by Bleacher Report. So middle of the road, traditional broadcast TBS, the biased Homer coverage on TNT and True TV. So that's very entertaining.
That's how you laugh when you know you're clean, man.
Yeah, say it on Cavaliers. Coming up. Hey, log on to NBA.com/drive and register to play the Auto Trader Drive to the Finals fantasy game for your chance to win $25,000 toward the purchase of a new car listed on Autotrader.com. And earlier tonight, LeBron James arrived to the arena in his Kia K900 luxury sedan, the official luxury vehicle of the NBA. LeBron approached Kia last year for a first-hand experience with the brand's flagship sedan and was a big fan before becoming a partner. The K900 is aimed at confident, independent thinkers who seek out new products and unique ideas SK's official luxury ambassador, LeBron Stars and Ads for the K900. Stay tuned for a look at this campaign called Fit for a King. Looking for one to be delivered to my house any day. Another remarkable night in the remarkable season, the historic season of the Golden State Warriors, reported their 61st win of the year after falling behind by as many as 17 in the second quarter. They come back to beat the Clippers for their 10th straight win. They've won 15 of 16 now, and they take the season series from the Clips 3-1. Inside the NBA, presented by Kia, is on the air here from Atlanta. Good to have you with us. I'm Matt Weiner, in for Ernie Johnson tonight. Shaq is over here. 3D, Dennis Scott, the Hall of Famer, Isaiah Thomas. Every time you go.
Every time.
Does that happen everywhere you go, by the way, or just here?
Just here. I get treated really well here. Thank you.
Later on.
What's his name again?
I don't.
What's his name?
Zeke?
No, what's his real name?
Isaiah. How about 3D? No love for 3D? Later on, I'm predicting a visit from the only soothsayer to ever command a double team. Shaqstradamus joins the proceedings a little later on. First, though, our first game of the night, the champs in Miami. First time they were back since games 3 and 4 of the NBA Finals last year, when they dominated the Heat. Shot 58%, won those 2 games back combined. 40 points back at it. Tim Duncan, Dwayne Wade, different Miami team this time, fighting for a playoff spot, trying to fight off Tony Parker, spinning the layup there. Heat sent out their 30th lineup of the season, third most in the NBA. Hassan Whiteside coming off the bench and gets the block on Boris Diaw there.
Get that shot out of here.
He had 10 points, 6 boards off the bench. There is for the floater, and it's a 1-point game. How important a development is this Kawhi Leonard post-up Zeke?
Well, this is very important for them, because now not only could they go to him, out on the perimeter, but now they can put him inside the post. And he's also a good passer out of the post.
Big man moment, Dwayne Wade to Whiteside.
Easy buckets right there. Big man goes straight to the basket. D-Wade's very unselfish. Big man throw it down.
Running out of time before halftime. Tim Duncan with the easy 2 there, and at that point it's a 12-4 run. But Mario Chalmers is going to change it, because he launches from about 60 feet. Knocks it down to the buzzer.
Deep money ball.
He was 2 of 2 from 3-point range, including that one, by the way. So the Spurs lead down to 8 at the half. Third quarter. Kawhi Leonard, one-on-one defense on Dwayne Wade. A little taste of his own medicine. Wade's recorded so many block shots over the years. And on the other end, Danny Green for his only bucket of the night. It's part of a 10-2 Spurs run.
That player there was set up by Kawhi Leonard. I love this kid because he guards everybody. He doesn't run from any challenge. Great defense right there led to that.
And the by 9. Whiteside with a stealer. Look at this. There's a guy who doesn't spin very often. Here's one who's fairly used to finishing. Tony Parker for 2 of his 16. And then it's the majesty. That is Boris Diaw.
I like that name, the majesty. Nice.
He had 11 on the night. Spurs up by 15. Corey Joseph with a Dwight Leonard for the dunk. He had 22. 18th 20-point game of the season for Kawhi Leonard, who had just 9 of those his first 3 seasons in the league. And look out for the Spurs, who have won 14 of 17. They're now 28-3 in March, the last 2 seasons, and 39-17 this season when Leonard plays. Afterward, David Aldridge with the who's, what's, where's, wins, and Kawhi.
Kawhi, the team in March has really picked it up. What has started that process by which you guys have gotten your chemistry back?
I think guys are starting to get healthy and just playing together and getting a good rhythm out there.
Rick, Popovich told us that he's been showing you tapes the last few weeks, some Michael Jordan in the post, some Charles Barkley in the post. What are you gaining from those tapes?
Just a lot of knowledge. Charles Barkley did a great job, like betting the defender, knowing when he's going to get double teamed and passing out to open shooters. And, guys are starting to double me or give me more attention when I get the ball in the post. So I'm just learning a lot from him with that aspect.
Everybody has been very clear about the fact that they are now running things through you and that this team is transitioning to a team where you're going to be a focal point offensively. What does that do for your confidence, and what is the challenge with that?
It's great. It's great confidence for me. The guys are starting to trust me, even Coach Pop. I've been putting a lot of work, and what comes with it is I just got to find, my teammates open shots. So I can't just force shots and be stubborn out there.
Well, thanks very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, back to you. Thank you, DA. And Kawhi Leonard has figured out how to beat the Heat going back to the playoffs last year. His last 5, more than 23 points per 63% from the field, 50% outside the line, 8 boards to boot for the finals MVP. And Shaq, you think about the video that Pop showed him, and you think about what they're doing with him offensively. He kind of took a leap offensively during the finals last year. If this is him on a regular basis, is it possible the Spurs are an even more formidable team when the playoffs begin?
It's scary because, Ginobili's not playing like Ginobili, but they're still the big three. In my opinion, I just think he's resting and, getting healthy for the playoffs. But, a guy like Kawhi Leonard, one, it is a confidence booster, and two, he's a very unselfish kid. If you look at his interview, he made all the right comments. They are coming through me, but I'm not going to try to average 30 now. I'm not going to try to be like James Harden. I still got to be responsible, get guys involved, and he's a great player, and I'm happy for him.
He's quiet as they come by nature, but if this is the role for him, how much more dynamic are the Spurs, one of the most dynamic offenses in the NBA right now? How much more dynamic can they get?
Well, they become even more versatile because what Leonard gives them is a mismatch when he and Diaw are out on the floor. So they can post either one of those guys. They can post Diaw or they can post Leonard, and both of them are extremely good passers out of the post. On the perimeter, they can handle the basketball. They can make threes. So they will always have a mismatch, and they're patient enough and confident enough to find a mismatch and exploit it. And then when you get so focused on Leonard and Diaw, don't forget they got Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili.
And then now the Kawhi can shoot off the pin downs, he can shoot on the wing, dribbling. 4 steals a night. So now he created his own offense by defense, getting out and getting easy baskets, and that's when the Spurs at their best.
We've known what they could be for a long time, but they're slow to get out of the gates because of the injuries, because of the Leonard injury as well. How differently do you feel about the Spurs than you did a month or 2 ago?
I feel a whole lot different because of Kawhi Leonard. You talked about Tony Parker being most important, but we know when Kawhi Leonard can shut down 1, 2, or 3 at any given time throughout the ball game, and now that his offense is caught up with that, we know the system is going to work. They're going to share the basketball. They have 28 assists tonight. So that part we know. But anytime now when Tony or Ginobili are not feeling well and Timmy, now you know you can play through Kawhi.
The Miami Heat obviously are a different team than the one that went to the finals, most notably LeBron James, but they've had so many injuries over the course of the season. They brought in Josh McRoberts. He's been absent virtually the entire season. Chris Bosh with the lung clot, he's done for the year as well. And I mentioned this was their 30th different lineup in the regular season so far. If they make it to the playoffs, can they do any damage?
Well, as long as Dwayne Wade is healthy, if you have a healthy Dwayne Wade, which he hasn't.
I was going to say, there's some question about that.
But, if he comes to the arena and he's healthy, he's capable of winning a game by himself. But the inconsistency, you talked about the 30 different lineups. Most of the teams going into the playoffs, they have a consistent rotation. They know their offense. They have a consistent style of play. They understand each other. Miami hasn't experienced that this year, even though they've been to the finals as a team last year. This new team, this new unit, they're still trying to find each other. So they will be at a deficit going into the playoffs, regardless of Wade's health. However, if Wade is healthy, he is good enough to win one game by himself in the opposing team's building.
That's a big if. Had his knee drained on Saturday night. When you look at the Heat, Is this going to be a team that can cause somebody a problem, or this is going to be one of those, well, what if?
Depends on the matchup. Right now, there's 7. I think Cleveland is number 2. That's going to be a tough matchup. It depends on the matchup. To piggyback on what Isaiah is saying, Miami is a defensive culture, and without LeBron, they're definitely not the same type of team. But I agree with Isaiah. If D Wade is healthy, yes, they can win a game on the road, but it also depends on the matchup. But if they play Cleveland, they might be in trouble. Can they make some noise in the playoffs? Yes. Can they win a championship? No. Can they win a round? I'm not sure.
There's a lot of stuff there. There's still a lot of stuff happening, Shaq.
As long as it sounded good.
They could make a noise. I don't know what noise that could be. It might be a whimper by the end. I don't know. It could be a noise. Speaking of the playoffs, a change in the Eastern Conference's top 8 as Brook Lopez helps put Brooklyn back in the playoff picture. Highlights coming up. April 2nd is World Autism Awareness Day. Join the NBA family and Autism Speaks to show your support and raise awareness of families living with autism. To learn more, log on to NBAcares.com. And in fact, Autism Speaks and the NBA teamed up to host Tip-Off for a Cure, a gala at the Metropolitan Museum of Art benefiting people affected by autism spectrum disorder. Attendees included NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum, and legends John Starks, Daryl Dawkins, Tiny Archibald, Bob Lanier, and Rod Thorne. Among those honored, Brooklyn Nets star Darren Williams and his wife Amy, parents of a son with autism, who are dedicated to advocating for the needs of families affected by the disorder, and members of the Milwaukee Bucks ownership group for their continued commitment to raising autism awareness. Good cause, good for all of them. You saw it here on TNT. The Warriors and the Clippers wrapping up their season series. Blake Griffin preparing himself to have a night. Steph Curry having a season, maybe an MVP season. Find out soon enough. Griffin, hard foul. Oh, a bad blood between these two teams.
Oh, that's a hard foul.
Seasons.
Oh, that's a bad boy foul right there.
Just context every time there's
that's a hard
one of those fouls.
Good hard foul. No layup. Playoff coming.
Blake Griffin, meanwhile, got out of his car feeling good.
Real good. Exactly. One elbow felt like the left elbow felt pretty well.
Oh, look at them handles though. Oh, spin cycle.
And then out of the post.
Oh,
it's Jake.
Oh, feet work. All right.
9 of 13, 18 points at the half for BG. Steph Curry brings the Warriors back. They were down by as many as 17 early in this game, but Curry and 1 3, and then Harrison Barnes finds Steph, knocks down another 3. Quick release. And then a moment you're going to see about 4,000 times.
Oh,
Scott. Wow.
They all fall down, but do they get up?
Sit down. Just sit down. Down goes CP3.
Break down, the floor will break you down.
And hit the shot as the oohs and ahs continued there on the road in LA. He's enjoying himself. Third quarter. It's Klay Thompson's quarter. He likes the third. He likes it a lot, in fact. He had 13 in the third. Down back up. Curry doing his thing.
It's like a video game, man.
Steph was 8 of 15. He went for 27. More from Klay. He had 25.
He's on fire. Oh, okay. Oopsie doodle.
To the fourth. Chris Paul can't connect. Andrew Bogut ahead to David Lee for the layup. Golden State is a 2-point lead.
David Lee staying ready. All-Star David Lee, former All-Star David Lee.
That's right. Starting for Draymond Green, who sat this one out. DeAndre Jordan at the free throw line, always an adventure.
Hit him when you need him, big fella.
Oh, he missed that one. But he gets a reprieve.
Lane violation.
Officially, he did not miss it. Jack's right. He gets the third try. It's like the old 3 to make 2.
Make him when you need to make him, big fella.
He got it.
Got the roll.
And so it's a 1-point game with about 26 to go. Matt Barnes. Is this a foul?
Looks like you got him underneath.
According to the new rules, yes. Yeah, you let it come down.
Got the foot under there, and that's what they call.
In his airspace.
And Andre Iguodala knocked down all 3 free throws, so the Warriors, much to Doc Rivers' dismay, are up by 4. Clippers trying to come back. CP3 missed a 3 with their contact there. It's hard to tell. He calls a lot.
He calls the flop around.
DeAndre Jordan takes it out. It's off Paul in the backcourt, and it's a turnover.
That was a tough turnover. It went right in his hand. Just fumbled it out.
Yep.
I mean, watch it. Yeah, nobody touched it. Yeah.
Full speed with the naked eye. Look, I think Doc thought no one touched it, but no one touched that Chris Paul.
Now, when isn't the eye not naked?
When you have glasses on.
These eyes are naked. He's got glasses on. You're wearing contacts.
Contact. There you go.
Yes. Clippers 7-game win streak comes to an end. 110-106. They're now 13-13 in games decided by 6 or less. They had just 6 turnovers the first 3 quarters, 7 in the fourth, when they also missed 10 of their first 11 field goal attempts. So not exactly closing it out the way you would like for the LA Clippers. As for the standings, Golden State's already run away with the West, clinched top seed overall. They're 10.5 games up on the Memphis Grizzlies. Clippers at 12.5 back, 5 seed right now, holding off San Antonio by just a half game for the moment. So when you look back on what we saw from this one, did this tell you more about the Warriors, that they could come back from 17 points down in a game that really doesn't mean a thing to them, or more about the Clippers, that they couldn't close out a game that really could help them in the standings?
It shows me that the Warriors have a switch. At the beginning of the game, you know, Steve Kerr made the comments, game is more important for the Clippers than it is for us. And that's how Golden State were playing. Like, hey, we already clinched first. I don't want to get hurt. I'm just out here breaking a sweat. However, second half, they clicked that switch. Third quarter, Klay Thompson takes over. And, you know, these guys kept coming. You know, me and Isaiah was in the green room talking. Steph Curry, when he comes off the double, is it because he doesn't want the ball, or is it because he's playing excellent ball? But he keeps coming. You know, if you stop him on one play, you better not give him no room, because as we saw in those clips, he could, you know, 15 down, 12 down, don't matter when you got Klay and Steph Curry out there. And these guys are very, very impressive. I've watched them a lot this year, and I don't see any holes in their game. And they got 61 wins, and you know they can click it on whenever, and you know they're playing together. They're just flowing right now. With Kevin Durant being out for 4 to 6 months, Golden State is my favorite right now.
Now you sound like a believer. I know you're.
Yeah, well, they've been the most dominant team the whole season, and they are extremely confident, you know, as Shaq alluded to and as we saw tonight. They can turn on the switch, and not only can they turn on the switch offensively, but they can turn it on defensively also. They understand their scheme, they understand their system, and the thing that's really most impressive to me, looking at it through the naked eye tonight, is that they believe that they can beat the LA Clippers anytime they want.
Yes.
Whether it's in Golden State, whether it's in LA, they feel like if they play them, you know, at a neutral site, they feel like they can show up and beat that team anytime they want to and anytime they choose to. As Shaq say, they feel like they got to switch. All right, we'll let you get up 17 in your building, right? And we know this game's important to you, and then we're going to come back and beat you.
And man, at halftime,
that's impressive.
It is. At halftime, I talked about the Clippers bench. Austin Rivers and Turkoglu. Those are the only 2 guys that scored through the whole night.
Right.
Second half, Golden State's bench stepped up and won the game for him. To your point, Shaq, you sit there and watch Steph Curry. He's resting in the third and fourth quarter, and he comes in the fourth quarter. They run him off screens. He's knocking down shots. They are a stacked team from 1 to 10, maybe 11, and Steve Kerr has done an excellent job all year. Iguodala, you're not starting this year. David Lee, you're not starting. No problem, Coach. I'll be ready when you call me. Now David Lee gets the opportunity to start tonight, plays lights out basketball.
10 straight wins. They've won 15 of 16 now. It's all good, and they can't seem to turn it off even if they want to here at the end of the season. And from number 1 in the West to number 1 in the East, the Hawks have been around for 66 NBA seasons in 4 different cities. They've been a playoff team 43 times. But from Bob Pettit to Richie Guerin to Lou Hudson to Dominique and Smitty and Deke, they've never had a season quite like this one. Having already clinched a division title and the top seed in the East playoffs, Atlanta began the night a win shy of tying the franchise record for victories with 8 games left on the schedule. Sweep of the Pistons would give the Hawks their 57th win of the season if Mike Budenholzer's team could pull it off. Reggie Jackson not feeling well before the game. In fact, he only played in roughly 4-minute stretches in this game, but that shot was, as the kids say, sick. Spencer Dinwiddie to Andre Drummond for the dunk at 11 points in the first quarter. Hawks did this mass substitution throughout the game. 5 in, 5 out. Coach Bud did it the whole way. And the subs go on a 9-0 run here. Sheldon Mack with a bucket, and then Mack with a steal, and sets up Kent Bazemore for 3, and Atlanta's up 50-47.
All year long, Mac. I call it Bud ball. Whoever's on the floor, they share the wealth. They normally get it done.
Spurs East. Jackson setting up Drummond with a roll. Detroit up by 2. Third quarter now. Andre Drummond catches Kyle Korver right in the face mask. Korver broke his nose against the Lakers, and that can't help the healing process any.
Can't break something that's already broke.
Oh, but look who's hot. It's Korver for 3. And off the Millsap miss, Al Horford finds you know who.
Oh, you made him mad.
He was 3 and 4 from the great beyond. Atlanta up by 2. Andre Drummond at the free throw line, and this has got Shaq to the full red gold.
That's not a nominee. I know the Shaq LaFleur president that will be on it right now.
It's not a nominee. It's a guarantee.
Yeah, it's a guarantee. We'll be on it.
But Drummond did what he does well continuously in this game. He had 22 and 13 boards. Fourth quarter, Hawks turning it over. Tayshaun Prince with the dunk on the other end. Detroit kind of pulling away. And with the Warriors continuing to win, there's really nothing to play for Atlanta here, which is a dangerous game to play, as you guys know. Horford had 16. Back within 5 there, but the Pistons will finish it off. John Lucas to Tayshaun.
Tayshaun, I see you.
Then Lucas knocks down 2 of his 15 off the bench. And the Pistons go on to win a 105-95. So the Hawks have now lost 2 of 3, and tying that franchise record will have to wait. The starters for Atlanta, by the way, each played exactly 23 minutes, 44 seconds. It's the first time since 2008 a team's starters all played the exact same amount of time, for what that's worth. Detroit has now won 5 of its last 6. Drummond averaging 22 points and 15 boards over his last 5 games. Pacers, Nets, playoff implications for both teams coming in. Part of that jumbled group at the bottom of the standings. Eastern Conference Player of the Week, Brook Lopez, ready to go. C.J. Miles, the right ankle sprain. Lopez. Lionel Hobbs has got to love this. The big fella, playing big, producing big.
He's healthy, feet's feeling pretty good, putting up some big numbers. A couple years ago, I said he was the best big man in the league. He kind of disappeared a little bit, but he's back.
He had 24 and 11. That's ended the quarter on a 33-8 run. Luis Scola and 1 for Indiana, which has gone cold at the wrong time. They're down by 10 there. And then C.J. Watson pulls them within 5 at 45-40. Watson to Solomon Hill for 3. And he was 12 and 23 out there in this game. Darren Williams. Behind the back to Lopez. Brooklyn starters had 19 assists and just a single turnover, and they led it by 3 at the half. Third quarter. George Hill. Listen closely. You hear Bank. Bank's open. Maybe not.
Bank is always open in New York.
But it counts.
Especially in Brooklyn.
Hill averaging 22 points his last 10. Joe Johnson for 3. And Brooklyn up by 3. Fourth quarter. Playing through Lopez again. It's Jack to Lopez to Allen Anderson. He had 20 on the night. Nets up by 7. Roy Hibbert C.J. Watson, touch pass to David West, and one. Indy's still in this thing, but late guys, Joe Johnson doing Joe Johnson-esque things.
JG called him Joe Jesus because he's coming through down the stretch.
And he did. Put away shot for Johnson and the Nets, who go on to win it. 111-106. So Brooklyn's now won 4 in a row, 8 of their last 10 at just the right time. They also win their season series with Indiana, which could come into play if there's a tiebreaker scenario at the bottom of the East standings. And if you look at the bottom of the East standings, you know, there could be a lot of tiebreaker scenarios. Brooklyn is now in the 8th spot in the East as we check out our Kumho Tire road to the finals.
And Matt, when you look at those teams fighting for that 8th spot, with Lopez playing the way that he is, you know, he's dominant enough to give any of the top seeds problems because of his offensive repertoire in the playoffs.
Right.
We know the playoffs, the game slowed down a little bit. They got Joe Johnson, who's a gamer. D. Will, you don't know where if he's healthy, where he's going to show up and how he's going to play. But Lopez in the middle is capable of dominating smaller centers and smaller teams.
Who would that be?
Well, you're looking at Atlanta, and
hold on. Yeah,
I mean, because you're talking about
potential 1-8 matchup.
Right, yeah. Right. And they will hit. Lopez will hit Atlanta in the right spot. Now, it will be a battle of styles because the bigs from Atlanta like to play out on the perimeter.
Sure.
They like to make him chase and everything else out on the 3-point line. But on the other end, you got 7 foot playing against 6'8", and that's a problem. It's a huge problem.
However, he has to play like he's playing every game. Can't take a game off. Not come out strong game 1 and be missing game 2. He has to average whatever he's averaging. 1 through 4, 1 through 5, 1 through 7. He has to play like that for them to have a chance. Like if he comes and plays a few games like that, they're gonna get blown out the building.
Are the Nets among that group we saw there battling for the 8th spot? Are they the best suited to give Atlanta a problem in a first-round series?
Yeah, I think so. For all the things that we're talking about, they can play inside out with Brook. But let's face it, if Joe Johnson and Darren Williams, if those two guys can play like we know they can as all-stars before and being a part of the Olympic team in the past,
yeah.
If they could tap into something really, to your point, things slow down, you're in the springtime, your body's feeling good. If all 3 of those guys play top level, I think even Cleveland will say, hey, we know that backcourt can play. Watch out for them.
That was part of the plan when they brought all those guys in. Remember that? The spending spree and everything, bring all that talent together?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. Inside the NBA presented by Kia continues here after the break. Coming up, a visit from Shaq Stradamus. Inside Stuff comes your way Saturdays at noon Eastern on NBA TV. This Saturday, a surprise guest host. I guess it's not a surprise now. Rick Fox. Joining Kristen Harpo. I feel like I should speak a little more deliberately and slowly to set the mood here. It is an honor to have a special guest in our studio for the very first time, a seer, a truth teller, a visionary, fresh from several days of silent meditation with Tibetan monks in the Himalayas. Please welcome Shaq Stradamus. Shaq Stradamus.
Yama, 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 yama. Yama, 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 yama. Yama, 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 yama.
That's part of the method.
What can I do for you, sir?
We have questions. Come to you, hoping you can foretell the future.
Yes.
Thank you, Shaq Stradamus.
First question.
Who will win NBA MVP this season?
I see 3 candidates, but I can only pick one. I'm going with Stephen Curry.
Shaq Stradamus has spoken.
Next question.
Who will be the 2015 NBA champion, Shaq Stradamus?
It can only be one. Blue and gold. Not the Lakers. Golden State.
Golden State Warriors.
Next question.
Who's going to win the draft lottery?
One of us used to be general manager of that team. Knicks. Yes.
How many times during Final Four coverage will Charles use the phrase, first of all?
1 million more times. Million more.
Over under. How many episodes of Meet the Smiths will the show last on TBS?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4.
What is Yama Yama Yama?
I don't know. I saw it in Police Academy too. Yama 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 yama. Yama 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 yama. Yama 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 yama. Yama 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 yama.
Crunch time's coming for the NBA season. Perfect time to order League Pass right now for the lowest price of the season, Isaiah. Watch the race to the playoffs on all your favorite devices.
I got 2, 3, 4, 5 devices.
You can watch all of them.
I thought I was bad.
It works on all of those devices.
Only got one stop line.
Time for the Strike Dunk of the Week. Did you guys catch this? Wiggins.
Wait, go Gadget. You gotta go high.
He went big game hunting and bagged himself Rudy Gobert.
Yes, watch the ball in the boy.
And you like the way you move it in the air. Move it around.
Pretty good stuff.
You ever been dunked on like that?
A couple of times, yeah. Clyde Drexler dunked on me one time in the finals.
Oh.
Literally, I went to take a charge, Shaq, right? And this fool coming down, and I'm standing there in my best charge position, and all of a sudden he take off, and I see his legs tuck. You know, you try to play it off, right? You try to fall back like, oh, he jumped over my head and dunked it. So we going down the court, and I asked Joe, I said, did you see that? Yeah, he dunked on you. So we coming up the court, everybody think we calling the play, but we ain't calling the play. We like, damn, he really dunked on you.
Jack, you been dunked on before? Yeah, one time by Derek Coleman. Derek Coleman, you got her? Yeah, Derek Coleman got me one time with the left, and then he did me like that.
What about you?
One time.
That's the only time, though.
Yeah, only time. Vince Carter got me.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Vince Carter, you're on a long list.
I just said, man, that's what I said. Down court. Only got dunked on one time in 20 years.
One time?
Yeah. You know why? Because after Derek dunked on me, I used to touch them up when they came in that lane. Come in that lane. Throw that body on them. Oh, yeah. You come in that lane on me, you get touched up. Want me to show you, Matt?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good.
You guys catch Shaq's latest literary effort, by the way? Check this out. It's Workout War by Jim Cotta, the former head strength and conditioning coach for the LA Lakers. The foreword written by Shaq. Some of your finest work.
Yes, thank you. Jim Cotta helped me win 3 championships, along with Carlin Coker, John Burke, and Dennis Colinello.
That's right. Oh, I thought you could have spent a little more time on this.
Oh, man, you gotta listen. KISS. Keep it simple. That's all I'm gonna do.
That's it. Just sign your name.
That's it. Yeah, but
I read it. There was a little more to it.
I know. Yeah, but that guy helped me get 3 rings in a row. Thanks, Jim.
That's it?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to sell the book for the man.
We got 20 million viewers. Go get the book. Destroy your opponents is right.
Vastly overestimate our audience here.
War
by Shaq. Dino's Stat of the Night coming your way next. I don't know if you caught this or not, but our friends at Bleacher Report compiled a ranking of the greatest centers of all time, starting with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, number 1.
Oh, 2.
Bill Russell.
Bill Russell. All right, it's not bad.
Then Wilt Chamberlain.
Ooh, 100 points.
David Robinson.
Wait.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Hey, somebody missed.
Shake.
Wait, somebody missed.
Number 6, Alonzo Mourning.
Oh, somebody missing.
Number 7.
What? Who put this list together?
BleacherReport.com. Jack Sigma.
Jack Sigma.
Oh, he did have that movie, though. Hold on, remember that movie he had?
Oh, yeah, it was nice.
He did have that
There
movie.
you go, Zeke. Dwight Howard.
Oh, wait, whoa.
Shaq and a
Shaq number 9.
Shaq and a seal.
Number 9.
Number 9. And number 10, Brad Miller.
Brad Miller.
Number 10. And that
Nothing could be finer than Matt Weiner.
I like your picture, man. I like this picture.
Thank you.
Did we lose somebody from up here?
Oh, April Fool's about to tear the set up. You about to go Shaq Ball. I'm about to go Shaq Ball.
It is past midnight.
Seen his face.
You're not here until it's April 1st.
Oh my God, America, you see that face, America?
Oh, God.
Here's some of the reactions from Shaq as he watched that list
Look
develop.
at him get mad.
Oh my goodness.
You okay now? You alright?
You saw Jack Sigma, that blind boy really took you there.
Oh, steam was coming out your ear.
Jack Sigma was cold. He's cold. I like Jack. Oh, I like Jack.
Why are you with a seal?
I love the animal.
No, hey man, he was when he saw he was on the bottom of that, you could see him squeezing that seal. He was squeezing that seal.
Our work here is done. Happy April, everybody.
Lucky ball.
It's April Fool's. Don't be like Shaq.
Hey, don't set up. Come on, man, don't set up. Look at Max Pitcher. Good night, Matt.
Good night, everybody.
That's his high school picture.
Yeah. Don't throw a mustache just because you can.
What would have happened? I'm only on two.
Hey, everybody. A few minutes ago, it looked like we were going to have a blowout in LA, and Chris Paul suffered a blowout. Steph Curry left him in his wake, knocked down the jumper 53-46 at the half, and that's not the Olympics. That's what was happening.
Get him, Zeke. Zeke can't score. Get him, Zeke.
Here in Atlanta.
Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
Oh, my God.
Down goes Shaq.
Offensive foul. Offensive foul.
Some defenders are on skates, some are on chairs. Rolling chairs. Sprint halftime report here from Atlanta. He's Shaq, who's recovered. The Hall of Famer Isaiah Thomas. 3D Dennis Scott. I'm Matt White. Waiting for Ernie Johnson. We're still doing that.
That's my guy.
All right. Because you and I have had this conversation so many times about ball handlers, Kyrie Irving, Steph Curry in particular. What was your reaction when you saw what Curry did?
Oh, that was embarrassing. I mean, really. When you watch it, right? He's coming down the lane, then he's going out, and then he stops, right? Oh, wait! Hey, come back. Just sit down. And then, I mean, as a defender, when you're off balance like that, that's embarrassing. I mean, really. That back in the day, I remember playing against Ricky Sobers. When I first got into the NBA, he played for the Chicago Bulls. And I came down and I did my little thing, and I remember him walking up to me and saying, "Hey, man, look, hey, don't do that no more."
Did he listen?
No, and then a couple of other, adjectives came after that, and I was like, yeah, all right. So I had to slow down. But what's happening to these guys right now, and the way Kyrie Irving and Steph Curry is handling the basketball, it's beautiful to watch. I wouldn't want to be defending one of those guys because, I mean, that's the kind of play that make you mad. That's the kind of play on the next play. It's like it's down goes Curry.
Say Chris Paul probably disagrees with you on the beauty part, but effective, yes. Yeah. Clippers lead it at the half here, 53-46. Blake Griffin has 18 points. The other day after they beat the Celtics, Brad Stevens, the Celtics head coach, said the Clippers are playing like an elite team. If they're going to be an elite team in terms of contending in the West, what do they need from Griffin on a nightly basis?
Well, they need him to play like this. After 15 games, like you said, 18 points, 9 for 13. Mr. Griffin has come to play tonight. You know, a lot of veterans, when they get injured, a lot of people think it's injury. But for a guy like Blake who's been there, I look at it as rest. Has fresh legs, has the bounce, making smart decisions, going down there with the left. He's saving the right. I don't know about that elbow. Usually he would have dunked it with the right. But right here, he's dribbling. No hand checking. Don't matter. Can't touch me. Barbecue chicken emoji.
A lot of chicken there. As you look at the numbers on Blake Griffin,
they're pretty good. They can play like this and they have a shot.
Pretty good. How about the Clipper bench, 3D? Well, is there enough there for a deep run?
That's my question for you. Each night you never know which guy's going to step up. So tonight, Austin Rivers got off to a good start. Turkoglu, they dusted him off. He played very well. So the question is, guys, to your question, Matt, for these guys to go deep, 2 or 3 guys have to step up, obviously, for the remainder of the season. But Doc Rivers has to have confidence in someone. So if Blake's not shooting well, if DeAndre gets in foul trouble, who's going to be that guy or two that can come in and score the basketball tonight? Turkoglu knocked down the big shot. Austin Rivers played good.
Zeke, I heard Steve Kerr say it after the first quarter. This game is more important to the Clippers than it is for the Warriors. How big of a mental hurdle is that to get over? I mean, human nature kicks in at some point.
Well, it definitely does. And, you know, for the Warriors, I would say that, you know, Steve Kerr is kind of playing mind games too. Because you definitely want to, you know, keep your foot on the pedal. Right now, they're confident against the Clippers. But the Clippers right now, they do have to overcome that Warrior mystique that they have over them right now. So the Warriors are playing kind of loose. The Clippers are definitely playing a little bit more intense. And Clippers are playing at home, so they got to win at home. Paul going against Curry. That little battle there, Paul's got to keep the edge because once Curry feels like he has the edge over Paul, guess what? He's going to have it over him for the next 5 years.
Chance for the Clippers to tie up the season series against the Warriors, who have already wrapped up their division title and the number 1 overall seed in the West. Back with more Sprint Halftime Report after this.
Welcome to the Sprint Halftime Report. Check out the Sprint Cut Your Bill event today. Visit sprint.com/halfprice.
More data, more highlights, and some of this in LA.
I'm going to do that move tonight for you.
I'd like to see that.
I got it.
Now watch. Do we get to see I want to see you do that.
I'm going to do that. You're going to do it tonight. Bring it down. You're going to do it tonight.
I look forward to that.
Go ahead, man. I do that head move.
You didn't know I moonlighted.
I didn't know you did that, man.
And I still can't make my head drop like that guy.
Take it fast, man.
So what you working with?
The evolution of Kawhi Leonard just continues. Keeps showing off new parts to that ever-changing game. 5 of 7 from the field, 12 points, and a 5-point San Antonio lead at the break, 47-42, which leads us to the Sprint Halftime Report here from Atlanta. I'm Matt Weiner in for EJ tonight. Shaq to my right, the Hall of Famer Isaiah Thomas to my immediate left, 3D Dennis Scott there on the end. Spurs had a 12-4 run to take an 8-point lead. Then Mario Chalmers, who's having a career worst season from 3-point range, knocks down about, 60-footer?
Easy 60-footer. That was a deep money ball.
Percentage is going up, and the score has tightened as a result. But we saw Kawhi coming in, 3D. We've seen him post up a little bit in this game. He is already their leading scorer. He's the future of this franchise as well. How much more expansion is there for him?
Well, I think the sky is the limit because he came into the league being a two-way player, defensively being the main set. now offensively works so hard on his jump shot. Now Pop is posting him up. So that's the part of his game now. You're saying, wow, you take the pressure off of Timmy, you take the pressure off Manu and Tony out there. So now you run your offense through him. No double teams coming. This is a fadeaway on the baseline, the opposite shoulder. Now you put him on the other side, a little face up. Once again, double teams not coming. Shaq, we didn't see this the first couple years in this man's game. So now, phase one, we talked about it last Tuesday, it's all about Timmy. Phase two, Tony and Ginobili. Now it's phase three for Pop, where he's changed the offense again and running through someone else.
Dude, watching those clips, you know what I saw?
What's that?
Barbecue chicken. Barbecue chicken alert. Ooh, wee, Kawhi on the post up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I had a feeling that was
You know what's coming, right?
When you think of the Spurs, the recent Spurs, you usually look at them and think, well, they're going to go as far as Tony Parker can take them.
Yeah, and you know, they talk about Leonard, and I think he's their most valuable player.
Right.
But I think their most important player is Tony Parker. And this is what he does so well. We watch this pass here. Look at the passing angle. He passes it to Splitter right underneath the basket. And then we know he can get to the rim. He can finish around the rim with his spin move. And now that he's healthy and he's feeling good, he can actually get in the air, scoop, dip-de-doo. You know, it's like when you see the big guy coming, it's like, oh, we got to tuck and get under. You know, when you're not healthy, you can't make that move.
Right.
He also has the runner down the lane, so he has a variety of moves around the basket. But the thing that makes him most deadly, again, when he came off, got the right angle, the right passing angle, so he can hit Splitter right underneath the basket where Splitter can just turn around. Most guards, they don't get the right angle. Splitter would have to come all the way out to the post, and then they would feed him the basketball. But he catches him right underneath the basket.
3 assists at the half for Tony Parker, who also has that internal season clock, like so many of the Spurs, and knows, oh, it's March. It's March. It's about that time.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, Shaq, you probably heard during the broadcast, the guys talked about Bob Cousy saying Hassan Whiteside of the Miami Heat, who's played all around the world, a journeyman drafted by Sacramento. He's played in Lebanon. He's played in places you probably didn't know had basketball, and has now been a revelation for the Heat. He's the guy who reminds him most of Bill Russell.
Let me tell you about those crazy comments that Bob said. Bob, I agree with you. You're right, Bob. No, guys are raw talent, quick on his feet. He's young and plays very well. I haven't heard of him, but he's big guy, pick and roll to the basket hard, and plays like a big guy should. So he goes up strong right there. And, he doesn't have a lot of offensive move, but Miami didn't really bring him in to be a scorer. But those plays like that, pick and roll hard to the basket, he can score. And if he learns to do this all the time, be strong, he could be Miami Heat's third best big man.
Third best?
Yeah.
Who's one and two?
We know who the I know who the others.
Me, Morning, then him.
In that order.
Exactly. No, but I agree with everything Mr. Cousy said. Guys are raw talent, and I wish him well.
You put him in a cycling? You put him in a cycling too?
No, cycling 4.
Oh, he had cycling after.
Oh, second.
Listen, man, me.
But cycling.
Uno, Spanish 1, B. Then Morning, then him. I'm just kidding.
Lacerated.
You're right, Mr. Bob.
Bob's right, according to Shaq.
Bob's right.
Back with more of the Sprint Halftime Report after this. Big up, Mark.
Welcome to the Sprint Halftime Report. Check out the Sprint Cut Your Bill event today. Visit sprint.com/halfprice.
Steph Curry could go off each and every night he's out there, but hasn't had great nights in LA against the Clippers lately. Just 26 total points on 8 of 21 shooting his last 2 trips to meet the Clips. They're game 2 of our doubleheader. The Dubs and the LA Clippers both on lengthy winning streaks. More data, more highlights. Game with playoff implications. The Nets and the Pacers tonight from Brooklyn. 9th by percentage points. Indiana just a half game behind them. Brooklyn, what has gotten into Brook Lopez? Eastern Conference Player of the Week. And he's 24 points already in this game.
It looked like he's healthy again.
He's feeling good.
After early in the year, Ryan O'Halloran shutting him down really woke him up as well. Then he really challenged him and said, you know what, you got to get back out there and play like you know you can.
And Lionel wants to play inside out of the game. He's an old school kind of guy. 73-70 in the third quarter. Coming up from Miami, it's the Champs on top looking for a season sweep. He'll be 39 years of age in less than a month, but Tim Duncan and the Spurs look like a team ready to make another title run. Tonight they visit Miami, where they handled the Heat so easily last spring. That Heat team won 54 games. This season, Dwayne Wade's bunch needs to win 6 of 9 to crack 40 W's and hang on to their tenuous playoff position. Spurs and Heat next on TNT. TNT NBA tip-off presented by Auto Trader. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Getting warmed up for the doubleheader here in Atlanta. I'm Matt Weiner in for Ernie Johnson tonight. Shaq is right there. His old teammate, Dennis Scott, a.k.a. 3D, right over there. The Hall of Famer, Isaiah Thomas, He's been on the show before.
He's one of my favorite guys, man.
I thought that was going to be a one-time thing, the applause.
Oh, ever. He's a Hall of Famer, man.
Evidently, every time
Gotta show respect.
Introduce you from now on.
You paved the way for me to make $200 million. Thanks, brother.
Wait, 200 million.
285. I didn't want to brag.
He didn't want to brag.
285. Who's counting?
Who's counting, Greg?
Game 1 tonight from South Florida, where the Spurs ran roughshod over the Heat on their way to their 5th championship last June. Remember, the Spurs' last visit to Miami was for games 3 and 4 of the finals. They shot a combined 58% in those games and won the both of them by an aggregate 40 points before closing the series out in 5 back in Texas. It was some of the prettiest, most efficient basketball ever played in the finals. And don't look now, but here come the champs with a win tonight. San Antonio's magic number to clinch a playoff spot is down to 1. More importantly, they're playing with a little more of the magic we've seen from those championship years. They've now won 13 of 16. Kawhi Leonard's been a big part of this run. How much does he mean to this team right now?
It means a lot. He's a young gun. He plays under control. They're giving him more freedom. They're saying, you know what, we want to run you off a couple screens. You're the future. This is your team. It's your time to shine. And, he just always, makes the right play. He's a very, very super unselfish. Not unselfish. He's super unselfish. Yeah, sometimes he's too unselfish. But when they need him, when they need a bucket, when they need a defensive stop, he's a guy that they go to.
Chuck Daly had a term for guys like Kawhi Leonard. He would call them reluctant scorers. Some guys go and they chase 30 points, but Kawhi he'll get it when you need it. And also, he gives them the versatility that they need also. When he and Diaw are out on the floor together, they create mismatch problems because they're both guards, they're both 6'8", they both can pass the basketball, but yet on the other end, they can both defend. So consequently, the versatility that he brings and that he allows Pop to have within that offense and in that defense is huge.
Remember that a good chunk of the hole they dug for themselves early in the season was when Kawhi Leonard was out with the hand injury. They're 38-17 when he plays in games. Miami, meanwhile, begins the night 7th in the East, a game and a half up on Boston, a game and a half behind Milwaukee. If they hang on, that's a big if at this point. What kind of a playoff team are the Heat?
Without being 100%, I don't know if they can compete with Atlanta because we don't have
that ship sailed a long time ago. There will be no 100% for the Heat.
So with that being said, Matt, I don't think they can hold on to the spot. First of all, I think the Celtics or maybe the Nets or someone else to get up and be 7 and 8. So I think they're going to fall out. This is unfortunate to overcome all the injuries, especially with the Bosh situation.
I guess the ship sailed. Mickey Harrison's team. That cruise liner.
It's a cruise liner. It's already there. That's our seat.
Tonight, in fact, they'll start their 30th starting lineup of the season. That is third most in the NBA. Goran Dragic, Dwayne Wade, James Ennis, Henry Walker, and Chris Anderson go for Miami tonight. And for Wade, got his knee drained on Saturday night, comes back with 40 on Sunday. He's not quite day-to-day, but with that injury and with his recent history, it's almost gotten to that point.
Yeah, it has. And this is where Wade is a gamer. And he's not only is he a gamer, but he's also tough. But when the playoffs comes around, you're not playing back-to-back. Right. You're not playing every night. So consequently, he will be able to get rest. And they still have championship pedigree. They still have championship knowledge. So they know how to win. They won't be fatigued in the playoffs. They'll be able to lock in on the opponent. Their culture is set. Their style of play is set. So they are going to be a tough out. Whoever is playing them, they're going to be a tough out because of the way they play and because of the intellectual knowledge that they bring to the game and the championship know-how that they bring.
You buying that? If Wade can go, are they a team that an Eastern Conference opponent doesn't want to see?
You know, playoffs is all about matchups. I think if they get the right matchup, especially in the first round, they can go pretty far. Can they win the championship? Probably not. But, you know, if you're seventh, if you're starting on the road, all it takes is one game. One game at their place, their building, get some momentum, come back home, win a few games. So, you know, they're going to compete. And I agree with Isaiah. It ain't going to be no easy win. Ain't going to be no easy win. But if they get in, yes, they can compete, but can they win a championship without LeBron? Probably not.
Jack, am I correct in saying this? If Wade is healthy, whoever they play, 1 or 2, he's going to be the best player on the floor if he's healthy.
Right now, they'd be playing the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Right. So I don't think. But wait a minute. Even if Wade's healthy, he's still not enough to beat the Hawks fourthly.
Yeah, but when you look at head-to-head matchup with Wade and LeBron, it ain't like, you know, LeBron just having his way with Wade.
No. It's just that LeBron's always had more help. That's the difference. D-Wade cannot do it by himself.
By the way, no Luol Deng, no Udonis Haslem tonight for the Heat as Eric.
Oh, no, you did?
Continues to shuffle up more around.
No, you did. I ain't got a chance at all my man.
UD just came off his best game of the season.
Dennis Chivago.
Yo, Marks, man. What's up,
Dennis Marks?
Oh, that's Groucho Marx? I thought that was Dr. Chivago.
Yeah. Yeah.
That looks good on you, 3D. Nice.
A real fighter throws the first punch. I'm not going to walk up to you unless y'all slug me in my jaw first. I got to get your jaw first.
A real fighter does what?
1999.
Let's think about a real fighter. Chuck. All I want to know, wait. We said what you say. Winning guys win.
Well, the guy on the top is the winner. No, I'm on top. I love this angle on the I love this angle. She to the left.
You know the thing. Number 5. Holy, get him, Tino. Because Tino hit him.
The left.
Oh. See how I just showed him. That's what Robert Weaver is. That's what it's no more. Oh, okay, like that.
Continuing our celebration of the partnership with Auto Trader. You guys are still at it all these years later.
You're lucky, Chuck. 2 more inches to the left, baby.
Namaste, Manu Ginobili. Spurs and Heat. Next.